Haircut, haircut. Yeah, I got a haircut.
Hello gamers, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. Thanks for being here. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so I've got the ranch going behind me that has all of the Gen 4 Pokemon that we caught in Diamond, and then a handful of others that Haley has brought herself to the ranch. Is something fishy going on with the webcam? Maybe. Anyway. Oh, that looks better actually. Something that looks normal. Anyway, I think. Anyway, so I hit a threshold on the ranch. There are now 250 Pokemon in there. And so Haley brought a Fion. And I didn't know that that was going to happen. And I missed getting footage of it, which is a bummer. But she brought a Fion. Or rather, she said that she has a special Pokemon, and she was like, "I will trade you my Fion if for a Leafeon." So now I have to get a Leafeon to trade for that Fion, which is fine. We can do that. There's Lantern. Lantern's on there right now. It's hard to see. The brightness on it is so high. So you can't really make out what's going on there, unfortunately. Anyway, but yeah, she brought a Fion, which is cool. Anyway, let's play HeartGold. Yes, okay. I didn't play any yesterday, but I did 2 streams in the Discord in case you missed them, of just like going around doing my dailies and stuff. So I haven't done my dailies for today either. So maybe we can go around right quick at the start of the stream and do those. I also didn't spend any time in the Safari Zone, which I thought I might do when we ended the Twitch stream last week. Didn't even touch it. Didn't even go in there once. How's Slow King? Are me and Slow King friends? Glowing with health? Okay. Maybe a little bit better. Or higher friendship. Whatever. Oh, also berries. I think I've been forgetting about berries. There we go. Spider. You're stuck working late and not catching Latios? Oh no. That's the worst combination. Happy Monday. Otherwise. Working late. And are you a singer? That's the only acceptable work to do late, is if you're a singer. I'm working late, not catching Latios. Pissing me off. It's got the wrong nature. Dolly Parton said work should be 9 to 5, and you really believe that? Yeah. When she made the 9 to 5 workday happen in the 30s? Don't Sabrina Carpenter you? Sorry. My bad. You're right. It's working 9 to 5, not working overtime. So you said, Toaster, that you're gonna like finish up your current HeartGold Soul Silver file, and then you're gonna start fresh. Is that correct? Is that the plan? So you're catching Latios. You said you gotta catch the birds. Maybe some other guys. You're doing cleanup is what I would call it, because I've also gone back to a file after a couple of years of not playing it and been like, where is this file at right now? And I've like beaten the story or whatever, but there's still a handful of legendaries to catch. And I'm with you 100%. I feel morally obligated to catch them because it feels like such a waste if I don't. You just want to get the legendaries and then start fresh so you can be along for the Johto journeys? Hell yeah. cleanup takes so long. What's up, Wayne? Figure you have time since I'll be playing Gen 4 for years. I will be playing Gen 4 for years. Yes, you've got plenty of time. No stress. This is only our first... HeartGold Soul Silver, so many legendaries? Yes. I would argue HeartGold Soul Silver is the first remake with like an abundance of... arguably an overabundance. Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire was the first time I was playing a game and I was like, this might be too many. Like, I appreciate that they're all here, don't get me wrong. This is a lot of legendaries. And then Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon said, hold my beer. And Dynamax Adventures said, hold my 2-4. Hold my case. So yeah, it's only been getting... Scarlet and Violet, actually, well, actually Scarlet and Violet kind of split them between two. BDSP, oh my god, yeah. Don't even get me started on whatever those shards are called that you need for, what is it, Romanus Park? Is that what they renamed Pal Park? Romanus Park? Mysterious shards, thank you. Yeah. If I never have to do that again in my life, it'll be too soon. Jesus Christ. What a way to make that already pretty tedious thing even more tedious and unfun. Dynamax Adventures were pretty cool. A little tedious, but like, I don't know. At least they were novel, they were fun. You liked Ultra Wormholes the most? You still love running Dynamax Adventures? Yeah, I think they're cool. I also really like that they're like they're a multiplayer way to play Pokemon that isn't playing against your friends. It's like working with your friends, which isn't common at all. I mean, I guess it became common with Terra raids. Became more of a thing in Generation 8 for sure. But before that, what game modes could you play with your friends? Time is it? Did it just turn 9 o'clock? Yes, it's 9:02. Curses. Okay. Someone remind me to listen to the radio in like 2 hours. Subway Surfers was your shit in elementary school. It prepared you for the Ultra Wormholes. You could dojo a berry pick with your friends? Yeah, 100%. That's not... I mean, the only one that comes to mind is like for like working together with a friend in like a battling capacity is like multi-battles in like the battle tower is all I can think of. So Terra raids were a welcome addition. What's up, Sly? That's my goat right there. Currently on a 31-month streak. Jesus Christ. Yo, huge singing fish. Have some more fish for your streak. Thank you, friend. That's a long time. That's a long time to be subbed. Holy moly. Still not long enough. And it wasn't enough. Did you watch any of the NAIC stuff, Sly, over the weekend? And or any of the Wolfie Draft League. Been watching clips of some of his matches? Yeah. Me too. The Toxapex was crazy. I don't know what the Mamoswine... I think I could like see the vision for the Mamoswine. I really don't think the Mamoswine panned out. But the Toxapex was pretty cool. Toxapex was pretty sick. He brought the Mamoswine in the final... Sorry, not the finals. In the last game that he played against Eric Rios. We're getting a call. And he lost to Eric Rios. Partly to some pretty unfortunate luck. It was similar. I was having flashbacks to Aaron Cybertron Zhang getting full parried. Wolf was getting flinched a lot. And then the same thing happened to Eric Rios when he was in the finals against Francesco. So it was just like flinches. Flinches were the name of the game. Rock slide's a pretty cool move, it turns out. Who knew? Anyway, yeah, I don't really know. I feel like he cooked a little too close to the sun with the Mamoswine. But again, the Toxapex was actually huge. Very cool. Rockslide flinches do go crazy. But I'm excited about his draft league. I watched his first game against Shady Penguin. I'm debating if I want to watch like the rest of the matches or if I just want to watch Wolf. Odds are I will just watch Wolf probably. Hi Cass. What's shaking? Can. James Beck and Cybertron. I might watch Cybertron. I know you're a big fan of Joey. We talking about NAIC? Uh-huh. I didn't watch any of the cards, admittedly, Cassie. I was only watching VGC. Did anything crazy happen on the TCG side? Guess who got into collecting Pokemon cards? Wayne, did you get into collecting Pokemon cards? Cassie just got home? How was locals? Did you win? Are you still playing Greninja? Okay. Anywhere else where apricorns exist? I don't think so. I think I can just go down to Azalea. You only watch the cards. Fair enough. What? I think I saw like a slop box ended up winning. Right? Dragapult didn't win, which is nice. But like a Mega Kangaskhan box won. Assortment of guys. You went 2-1 with frogs. Nice. Great work. You're collecting all the Leddyba and Leddian cards? Hell yeah. Seen too many people collecting all one Pokemon or all one artist and you like the idea? I think that's a great way to get into the cards, is to just focus on a Pokemon you like or whatever. AOB, one with slop. What is AOB? Is that an acronym for a guy? Gimme... What is yellow? Is yellow moon balls? think yellow is moon balls. Which aren't particularly useful, but they're a nice looking Pokeball. So that sounds good. All Out Blitzel? James Kowalski? I've never heard of him, but that's great. All Out Blitzel. What a username. Okay. I mean, I just gotta wait for Buena's password. We can do the lottery at the same time, as long as I don't forget. No bug catching contest today. I got the seals. So actually, I think I'm good. That was pretty quick. Fly makes doing the dailies go by so much faster. Posture check. Thank you so much. Thank you, Wayne. Good looking out. Actually, I find it's nice to like pull my chair in closer to my desk. And then I have one of those like keyboard wrist. You can like rest your wrist on this. So I just kind of like rest my hands on here while I play. New Frostbite's out today, wherever you listen to podcasts, except for Spotify, because fuck Spotify. But everywhere else. What time Thursday? I realized actually I could do any time Thursday. I thought I had work Thursday, and I know I'm ordinarily off on Thursdays, but I thought this is like a special week. It's a recitals week. Frostbites, by the way, check it out. Get yourself a mug. Anyway, so yeah, I can do anytime Thursday. Really? Okay, so Price's gym is still blocked off until we do some Team Rocket stuff. Nice mug. Hey, thanks. Oop. Biscoff is still feeling great. Nice. Okay. Did I give Splorp the experience share back? Yes. Okay. Anytime afternoon? Great. All right. Onwards with the story. Dragonite, Hyper Beam. He just killed that guy. What took you so long? Just as I thought, that strange radio signal is coming from here. The stairs are right here. Spencer, we should split up to check this place. I'll go first. Is this guy alive? That guy's dragon type Pokemon are tough. You found the secret stairway. How did you do that? I thought it was well camouflaged. Yeah, we can use Biscoff. I think that should be fine. Intruder alert. Little old me. Intruder. Nah. So, in case you missed it, at the end of the last stream on Thursday, Biscoff evolved. We've got a Slowking now. Very exciting. We went and got a King's Rock in Slowpoke Well after we got access to Strength. And then I traded with Myself? I see a ladybug in the Discord. For the webcam Pokemon? Hell yeah. Ladybug's great. What a good Pokemon. Perf. King versus Bro, what are the vibes? Slow King is a Johto Pokemon, and Slowbro is a Kanto Pokemon. And my rule for this is we're using Johto Pokemon in HeartGold Soul Silver and Sinnoh Pokemon in Diamond Pearl Platinum. One is the king. Biscoff is a queen, but, you know. King is smart and can speak English in that one movie. But Slowbro is vibes. You know? Like, the end of my stream, if you've never seen it. It's Slowbro. Oh, spoilers. Okay, now it's Slowbro.
Slowbro.
He's such a vibe. Yeah, short stream tonight. Sorry about it. No flinch. Does Slowking have the same ability that Slowpoke had? Grimer. Grimer on stream. You guys know what to do? Hell yeah. Wayne got it. Great work. It's important to keep track. Surveillance cams are in the Pokemon statues. We'll keep up here. It's too fast. Slowking, what is your ability? Is it still own tempo? Yes. Can't be confused. Okay, sick. These rocket grunts might be the same every time. Drowsy Zubat. And then is the other guy Drowsy again, Zubat again, and then Grimer? Open Zubat, actually. Oh, it's Zubat and then Rattata. And then Grimer, right? Yeah, it's the same guys. Over and over. Which probably doesn't help with this section feeling particularly sluggish. Is that all of the fights are identical for a while. Anyway, there's another Grimer. Oh, we're really close to one-shotting it. Nice. It's important to keep track. So that loops around, but we can go down here. This was once a ninja hideout. There are traps to confound intruders like you. True, because Mahogany Town is like a ninja village. You want to go to Greg's? For why? What brought that up? Are you going back to the UK anytime soon? Oh, this guy's name is Greg with 2 G's. Oh. The PC on my desk is the switch that deactivates the Persian alarm system. Don't you ever touch it, okay? A secret switch. The red switch is flashing in a suspicious manner. Will you press it? My op is named Greg. The surveillance system is off. Nice. Very good. I think that's like the minimum number of fights, I guess, for you to do. You have no plans to go back right now, unfortunately. Fair. So this warp panel takes us back to like the beginning of this room. And then there are those squares back there to the left. Actually, is there... Do you think there's any items down here? If we pull out the dowsing machine? There's a revive here. Okay. Oh, are you just a fight? Huh. Okay, this guy is totally optional. But he's got a team of 4. . My hot beverage is so tasty in my favorite Frostbites mug. I love representing my favorite video game podcast, Frostbites, a video game podcast, co-hosted by my sweet good friend Cassie and also, admittedly, myself also. This mug was created by Nether Nerd Creations. It's microwave safe. Pretty good. Get yours today. Rat. Ah, rats. I say as I fight against 4 rats in a row. Kaboom. 5 big booms for 4 Rattatas. Okay, so here's all these squares. It feels like a rite of passage to go through this, so maybe not with Slowking, maybe with Moonmist. Rats. It's a Voltorb. That's a ball, not a rat. Good point. Good point. There's a rock. That's not a rat. Don't forget to catch something here for the unique caught location. I think all of these Pokemon here, poison, that's got to be coughing, right? Yes. All of these Pokemon can go boom. Fake Grimer. Oh, okay. Well, if you don't go boom, smokescreen. I mean, this is, I think, as good as it's gonna get. We can catch a coughing here. Maybe just in a Pokeball. Nice. Give a nickname to the caught coughing. Boom. Exclamation mark. Nice. All right. So again, if you wanted to go back to the entrance quickly, you could take this warp right here, but you don't gotta. We can just keep going. And then look who it is. Are you all right? Your Pokemon are hurt and tired. Here, give them some of my medicine. You get a free heal from Lance anyway. It's pretty sick. Any other items down here? Yo, yeah. A full heal. Nice. Okay, there's something else in here somewhere. Probably up. Maybe. You rotten little pest. Now upstairs of this place, if you really wanted to, you could leave the intruder alert Persians turned on and just keep re-encountering the same rocket grunts over and over and over again for experience and money if you really wanted to. It is infinite trainers until you decide to move on. They're not the highest level, so they're probably not like the best source of experience. In order to unlock the door to the radio transmitter, you need the voice of a certain person. The name of the person is Petrol, the Team Rocket executive. I found out he's hiding in their leader's office. Unfortunately, though, that room is also protected with a password. Spencer, we need the password to their leader's office. Okay. Did Lance beat this guy up already? The guy in the cape is incredibly tough. I had no choice but to tell him all the secrets about this hideout. Except that our leader's office is protected with 2 passwords. But you told me with 0 pressure. Thanks, guy. Thanks for the intel. TM49 Snatch. What a move. Anything in these boxes? Nope. Anything in these boxes? Nope. Anything up these stairs? So the goal today, I think, do all of the Team Rocket stuff, get our 7th gym badge. We'll go from there, but at least those 2 things. You almost caught up? Awesome. You're probably gonna go past me pretty quick too. Anything in these boxes? No. An Ultra Ball. Gave Amphi the medicine and then explored Route 47. Nice. The door's closed. It needs 2 passwords to open it. Okay. We know where we need to go. What's up here? An item. Team 46 Thief! Now that's a good TM. Very nice. I do only get 1 thief for file though. I don't know that I can like buy more thieves. Maybe in like the battle frontier, like post game, we could get more thieves. But I think I'd like to teach thief probably to our Frisk Standler for item farming. Oh, this doesn't say anything? Bummer, dude. Oh, there's a spadef in the server. Or whatever that is. Okay. I used to work for Sylph, but now I run research for Team Rocket. A meddlesome child like you needs to be punished. Those were two completely separate. You gave me your backstory and then you were like, gave me your philosophy on how to treat children? Question mark? I should use Zen Headbutt probably. My bad. Never mind, never punished. Zen Headbutt would have missed. That's what I'm telling myself. I'll use it this time though. Just don't miss. Okay, good. There's a Tink in chat. Big level 34 for Splorp. You love to see it. Do I know the password? Maybe. No weakling's gonna get it. The password for the boss's door. Slowpoke tail. Okay. It's useless unless you have two passwords. So we gotta find the second password. A radio signal that drives Pokemon mad. And I guess sure enough, if we listen to the radio right now, it is all radio transmission. I don't care that Pokemon are hurt by our experiment. That's fucked up. Bro has a Ditto? You don't deserve. If we turn up the power of our radio signal for broadcast nationwide, the very thought excites me. Yuck, yuck, yuck. You're challenging me to a battle? You're nuts, but you've guts. Bro's a poet. I like that. If you can beat me, I'll tell you a password to the boss's room. No one laughs like yuck, yuck, yuck anymore. You know? The lost art of literally yucking it up. There's that video of that one guy who's at a comedy show and he gets like pulled up on stage and his laugh is pretty funny. He laughs like heel, 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 Heal. You know that guy? Heal. That guy's got a good laugh. That's close to a hyuk. Who wants a protein? Maybe baseball wants a protein. Okay. The second password is Radicate Tail. Slowpoke Tail and Radicate Tail. Okay. So you're messing with them again. Humph. You must really like Team Rocket so much. Tell me, who was the guy in the cape who used Dragon-type Pokemon? My Pokemon were no match at all. I don't care that I lost. I can beat him by getting stronger Pokemon. It's what he said that bothers me. He told me that I don't love and trust my Pokemon enough. I'm furious that I lost to a bleeding heart like him. I don't have the time for the likes of you. Shows up just to shove you and then bounces. They don't make rivals like this anymore. Mwahaha! We've been waiting for you. So you're Spencer. Me? You don't know who I am? It is me, Giovanni, the majestic Giovanni himself. Wahahaha! Huh? I don't sound anything like Giovanni? I don't even look like Giovanni? How come? I've worked so hard to mimic him. I'm a Team Rocket executive. You must be trying to sneak into the radio transmitter room. Well, that's not gonna happen. That room is protected with a special password. The password is Hail Giovanni. Surprised to hear it from me? Knowing the password won't help you, though. The door won't open unless I say the password. It only reacts to my voice. Oh, and then I guess we're gonna fight now. Executive Petrol has a Zubat. What if we... Nah, I was gonna roll out. I probably still could have. Maybe. We'll just go for the Zen Headbutt. I don't know that rollout is gonna last much longer on Moon Mist. Team Rocket went from having like one guy, basically, like a single boss, to then in the remakes getting, well, in these remakes, because even in the original Gold, Silver, Crystal, I think the executives were unnamed. I don't think they were actually named until HeartGold, Silver. Since disbanding Team Rocket three years ago, our Giovanni has been missing, but we're certain he's been waiting for the right time for our revival. Wahahaha! Losing to you won't change the fact that you're unable to get in the radio transmitter room. You need my voice to unlock it. Hail Giovanni. Murkrow is mimicking the voice of Petrol. You may be able to? Great. Anything on the computer? Anything hidden in this room? Nope. All right, back we go. The password is Hail Giovanni. I think I'm gonna get Bayleaf out front. No items on Apom. The password is Hail Giovanni. The password is Hail Giovanni. Murkrow screamed the password, mimicking the voice of Petrol. The voice recognition system unlocked the door. Thanks, Murkrow. What a friend. Ariana, hold it right there. Oh shit. We can't let a brat like you do as you please forever. It'll hurt Team Rocket's pride over and over again, making it lessen, you see. It's time to finish you. However strong you may be, if the two of us fight at the same time, you'll have no chance of winning. Don't you agree? Sorry, baby. That's great. Sorry, baby. Now get ready to be thrashed. Hold it. A 2-on-1 battle? That's so unfair. Typical of Team Rocket to be so sneaky. Allow me to join the battle. What? You had an accomplice? Where's your sense of dignity? As interim boss in place of Giovanni, I'll show you how wrong it is to meddle with Team Rocket. We've got, I believe, our first multi-battle of the game alongside Lance. And his level 40 Dragonite. Who knows Thunder? That's a lot of damage. Lance is either a hacker or using the same evil tech as Team Rocket to evolve his Pokemon early. It's true. A level 40 Dragonite. That's against the rules. There's another Grimer. I mean, neither of these guys are... Okay. Down goes Grimer. That's gonna hurt. Pear gets to level 32, wants to learn Sweet Scent? No thanks. And then Ariana's last Pokemon is Gloom. That's, yeah, I was gonna say that has to be a crit. Crazy. Nice. You really are strong. It's too bad if you're to join Team Rocket, you can become an executive. What? Pear's evolving. My day one. My ride or die. Congratulations, your pair evolved into Meganium. Huge. And wants to learn pedal dance. Hang on a minute. That's a lot more exciting than Sweet Scent, no disrespect. Pedal dance is a special move. It's like a grass type outrage. Do I want that over Magical Leaf? Magical Leaf can't miss. Razor Leaf in a double battle could hit both targets. We could keep Meganium a mixed attacker. Or I could keep Magical Leaf and get rid of Razor Leaf, and then Meganium would be fully special. Razor Leaf can miss, but it's not that often. You know, I think I will just get rid of Razor Leaf, actually. For Pedal Dance. Cool. It's a fun move. But that's fine. The broadcast experiment was a total success. It doesn't matter what happens to this hideout now. We have much bigger plans. You'll come to appreciate Team Rocket's true power soon enough. Enjoy yourself while you can. Sorry, Spencer. I saw how well you were doing, so I just hung back. All there is left to do is to turn off that odd radio signal. It's this machine that's causing all the problems. I don't see a switch on it. We have no choice. We have to make all the electrode faint. That should stop this machine from transmitting that strange signal. It's no fault of the electrode, so it makes me feel sad. Let's split the job. All right, Meganium I think is quite injured. I've got Moo Moo Milks. Right. Right. Okay. We've got 3 electrodes to take care of here. Please none of you be shiny, because they will probably just go boom. Or go for rollout, actually. That's not that bad. So, we finally get to see Pair, we get to see Pedal Dance. Almost gets there in 1. Very close. I guess if you had a damp Pokemon, like a Psyduck or something. Then these guys couldn't go boom. Screech into boom would actually be devastating. I think if they just go boom, I feel like Pair would live. Ooh. Pedal Dance makes contact. Okay. The more you know. I mean, that makes sense. Big level 35 for Splorp. Splorp just has a couple levels to go. Do I have Paralyze Heal? I have a Heal Powder. Sure. Alright, last one. Okay, none of them went boom. I thought at least one of them might. That odd signal has finally stopped. The lake should be back to normal. You're the best. Let me thank you on behalf of all of the Pokemon. You should take this. I found it here. I don't have any need for it. HM05. That's a Whirlpool. Teach it to a Pokemon to get across wild water. But keep this in mind. You can use that out of battle only with the badge from Mahogany Gym. Would you look at the time? It's Johto Clock. What's up, Warlock? Great to see you. It is Johto Clock. My favorite time of day. Spencer, the journey to becoming the Pokemon champion is long and difficult. Knowing that, will you keep going? I see. No, you're right. If you would give up on that easily, you would have never chased that dream in the first place. I look forward to seeing you again. And then he literally scurries away. Finally setting in after work. How's mid-game going? It's great. We just finished up in this part of the rocket hideout. Oh, we're getting a call from Mom? Cool. Maybe Mom got us something fun. You got a Japanese copy of Pokemon Box today? Holy smokes. Great find. That's crazy. Good for you. Pear seems to want to play. Pear is all grown up. Pear looks very happy. You also got a Japanese Coliseum with a Celebi disc, but it's pricey. That would be pricey, but that is sick to actually see in person. Wow. God, what I wouldn't give. Oh, the tree is gone. The tree is gone, so we can just see the transmitter now. That's funny. I don't want to upset you. Buying your Rage Candy Bar has nothing to do with whether you can pass here. Johto's many places, like the lighthouse or the pharmacy. No updates from the Rage Candy Bar guy. You really thinking about being irresponsible? That would be a pretty sick way to be irresponsible. Okay. So we have Price's Gym available to us now. And Splorp is still a baby, obviously. But let's give him a try. The unfortunate thing is that while this is an ice gym, there are a lot of ice and water types. But I can try to lead Splorp. If not, I will just use Pear, I guess. I think Pear should be fine in here. Moonmist has Thick Fat. Biscoff should be fine. Baseball probably won't get much use, but that's okay. Price is a veteran who's trained Pokemon for some 50 years. As you'll find, his attacks will make you shiver in this freezing gym. Are you ready to be frozen solid? I mean, keep up a hot fighting spirit against ice. Hot fighting spirit. Hot fighting. Interesting. Interesting. He said that. Those particular words. Do I have a favorite gym leader? Of all of them? Maybe Blaine. Blaine is up there. I think I really like Wallace when he is the 8th gym leader in Ruby and Sapphire, and I don't care for Juan in Emerald for whatever reason. But I think Wallace as the 8th gym leader of Hoenn is great. And then Juan, I feel like Juan is just very, very forgettable. But I like Wallace. I feel like Wallace's gym makes more sense. As the gym leader, or when Wallace is the gym leader, I like Wallace's character design more. And I like him as the champion in Emerald too, don't get me wrong, but I way prefer Stephen Stone as a champion. I respect that they made Steven like a secret final boss or whatever, like Red, but I don't know, I like when Steven is the champion. Wake up slap. It's super cool that they had him graduate to champion. You kind of wish that worked, how that worked was more well defined in the lore. Yeah. It's just like they graduated Wallace to champion because they made Steven the secret final boss instead. And then they made Juan to fill that space. But I don't know. I don't super care for Juan. One of my biggest complaints about Emerald, I've mentioned this a bunch, is that Emerald doesn't have an Elite Four round 2. I feel like that's one of the biggest misses of that game. Can I get a Pokemon League handbook? Huh? I like, but also in Hoenn, I like Watson. I think Watson's just fun. Okay, I'm not gonna stay in for a seal. How do you go from leader to champion and stuff? Oh, well, I actually really like Koga for that reason, is that Koga gets a promotion from a gym leader to an Elite Four member. Same thing with Lance. Lance goes from being the final like Elite Four, like the leader of the Elite Four, to the champion. And then yeah, like Janine taking over for Koga, I think is great. I think the deal with Juan is that Juan was actually Wallace's teacher or mentor. Seems like gyms are inherited. There's a lot of nepotism, totally. Faulkner inherited the Violet City gym. Flannery inherited the Lava Ridge Town gym. Yeah, 100%. There's a lot of like stays in the family. I don't think that's the case all the time, but Flannery may be your fave. She's great. She's great. You know, in Sword and Shield, the fairy type leader is the old lady Opal, and then she takes in Bede. She like mentors Bede, and then Bede becomes the leader of the fairy type gym. and there's no relation there. She just takes in a mentor, and then Bede becomes the leader. So I don't know. That might not always be how it goes, but I think I like that detail about that. How do I do this? Can I go straight from here? Oh, I can't. I actually can't go behind this rock. Okay. I can go here. I want to fight that guy. If I go here, does this push this? It does push that. And then I can fight this guy. Okay. Blue takes Giovanni's. Yeah, the Viridian Gym. That's interesting. It's like blue loses to red. Well, I do wonder how that happens. Blue becomes the champion, and then red beats blue, and then red fucks off. So there's just an opening. So I guess Lance moves up. Also, I assume Agatha retires. Lorelai also fucks off? Retires? I don't know. Bruno sticks around. So then some new blood gets in there. Will, Karen. Sometimes I wonder if Karen is related to Agatha, maybe. That's very kind to assume about Agatha. I don't think she dies. I think she retires. And then but they get new blood in there. Like Will comes out of nowhere. Karen comes out of nowhere. Koga gets a promotion. And maybe Will and Karen were previously gym leaders in Johto. We don't actually know. They might have been, you know? In fact, one of them, I feel like Whitney, it said that Whitney is pretty new to Goldenrod, right? Whitney got into Pokemon because it was something fun that her friends were doing. And then she turned out to be good at it, so she became the Goldenrod gym leader. But I think that had to have been recent, right? So maybe Will or Karen was the Goldenrod gym leader before Whitney. Who else is kind of new? Morty, I think, has been there for a while. Chuck has been there for a while. Price has obviously been there for a while. Claire, I want to say, probably took over from Lance. I feel like Lance was probably at one point the Blackthorn gym leader, and then Lance got promoted to the Elite Four, and Claire maybe took over after that. Bugsy's kind of young. Maybe Bugsy took over Azalea. You know? And the other thing with the gyms is maybe they weren't always the type, you know? Although there's another theory about Will being Lorelai also. Is Let's Go Pikachu a straight up remake of RGB, or has the passage time hit Kanto? It is a remake of Yellow that also introduces new characters. So like your rival in that game is a different person. In fact, you don't even play as Red or Green. I forget the names of the protagonists in the Let's Go games are not Red and Green. Pokemon. I think the boy is Chase, maybe? Lance being the gym leader for Blackthorn makes so much sense. I think so. That I feel like makes sense to me. I feel like that's Lance's trajectory, is that Lance is from Blackthorn, became the Blackthorn, because Blackthorn definitely feels like, with the whole like dragon clan thing going on, I feel like that is definitely like a dragon type gym that stays within the family or within the clan or whatever. And like Lance and Claire are cousins. We know this. So I feel like at one point, Lance is the gym leader of Blackthorn, gets promoted to the Elite Four and Kanto Johto being being connected, share the same Elite Four, so they can pick their members from both regions, which is cool. So anyway, Lance gets a promotion, probably very strong at a young age already, so maybe he even gets into the Elite Four maybe he's already the fourth member, the final member of the Elite Four upon arrival. He's just that good. But there's still, there's no champion. Sometimes I think about, like, who did Blue have to beat somebody? Who did Blue have to beat to become champion? Did Blue have to beat anybody? Did Blue just beat Lance? Was there no champion before Lance? Was Lance undefeated, in fact, until Blue arrived? And then Blue became champion for 5 seconds, and then Red comes in right after. Is that what happens? Or did Blue actually beat someone who we don't even know who that is? Much to consider. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu Eevee protagonists names. Chase and Elaine are the protagonists of Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee. So again, they're not even, they're like made to look pretty similar to Red and Green, for sure, but they're different people, because in the Let's Go games, spoilers for Let's Go, Red and Blue and Green are all there. Which is pretty sick, honestly. I was kind of surprised, particularly at Red being in the Let's Go games. I was like, whoa. Although I guess that was in Gen 7, and they had just brought back aged up Red and Blue in Sun and Moon at the Battle Tree. So they were also like, well, let's put Red and Blue and also Green in the Let's Go games. That was just what they were doing in Gen 7. I feel like the original insinuation was like the person who last won becomes champion, but that clearly just doesn't work mechanically. You just want to know what's going on in this world? I know. I know. Yeah, but anyway, so yeah, all of that to say, Giovanni obviously fucks off from the Viridian Gym. The timing works out perfectly. It's almost like someone wrote it. So then Blue takes over. Maybe after Blue does a little bit of soul searching. I don't know that Blue probably has to mature a little bit first before Blue becomes the Viridian City gym leader. And then Red just fucks off to train. But then everyone else in the Elite Four moves up or retires. Anyway. Is Cynthia still Garchomping people to bits right now? Well, there's a loose timeline. There was a tweet once upon a time from a Game Freak employee that I think got deleted, but they kind of loosely had a bunch of Pokemon games kind of in an order. And I think the idea is the events of Kanto and Hoenn happen at the same time, or at least maybe in the same year. And then 3 years later, the events of Johto and Sinnoh happen around the same time. The connection between Johto and Sinnoh, other than Johto being remade in the 4th generation and the Sinjoh ruins, is at the beginning Yes, the Gyarados coverage on the news in the Sinnoh games, exactly. So, Kanto and Hoenn, I don't know that there's any real connection other than Kanto being remade in the 3rd generation. So then people are like, okay, well maybe Kanto and Hoenn happened together. You love lore so much. It's fun to think about, for sure. But none of it is official. None of it's been confirmed, I don't think. Other than this one tweet that got deleted by a Game Freak employee whose name I don't remember, who probably was spoken to about making that tweet. But the tweet was like gens 1 and 3 together, and then there was an arrow to the next like time skip, and then gens 2 and 4 together, and then Gen 5, and then Gen 6. And I think Gen 6 was the newest generation at that point. Anyway. But yeah, it is fun to think about, at least. Okay, how do I do this? I think I want to go here. I probably fucked it. Check out my parallel turn. Okay, this is the last trainer, at least. She has a dugong. Yeah, because of ice types being part water a lot of the time, Splorp might not actually get a ton of use in here. I think it's just these two connect and become solid. Yeah, easy peasy. Okay, let's heal. Energy powder is 50, sure. Let's heal Meganium. I'll still lead with Splorp, I guess. I don't actually remember what Price has. Price maybe just has like Dugong, Piloswine, maybe something else. I don't remember. Anyway, I think we'll be fine. I'll save just in case. Pokemon have many experiences in their lives, just like we do. I too have seen and suffered much in my life. Since I am your elder, let me show you what I mean. I've been training Pokemon since before you were born. I do not lose easily. I, Price, the Winter Trainer, shall demonstrate my power. The Winter Trainer. Like the Winter Soldier. Leader Price. Opens with Seal. Okay. Stay Frosty. Yeah, I think Splorp probably doesn't get a ton of action here, but that's okay. Pear maybe goes crazy. We'll see, depending on speed. Big crit. There's the Dugong, level 32. Let's go for Pedal Dance. Maybe this one-shots. Dugong's kind of bulky. No, we get that. That was another crit. Wow. Pear is gaming. Pear wants to learn Sweet Scent again. If I didn't want to learn it the first time, I certainly don't want to learn it now. You're quite the trainer. Do we one-shot the Piloswine? Oh! We don't, in fact. Uh-oh. Live? Oh, nice. Okay, never mind. We're fine. I was worried. Uh-oh, we're confused. I'm still worried. Willow is my middle name. Willow is flexible and not easily broken. I'm not giving up yet. I'm confused. I'm confused. I'm gonna choose to believe in Pear. Come on, Pear. Yeah, nice. Hell yeah. Seems as if my luck has run out. Is that what he said? I'm impressed by your prowess. With your strong will, I know you will overcome all life's obstacles. You're worthy of this badge. We get the Glacier badge. Feels good, man. That badge will raise the special stats of Pokemon. It also lets your Pokemon use Whirlpool to get across real whirlpools. This is a gift from me. TM07. Is that hail? Yeah. Summons a hailstorm that lasts for 5 turns. The hailstorm damages all types except ice. Wow. Okay, anyone who includes the ice gym as being an argument against picking Chikorita in this game, Meganium just cleared. Meganium just soloed, in fact. I'm getting a phone call. Spencer, how are things going? I called because something weird is happening with the radio broadcast. They were talking about Team Rocket. Do you know anything about it? Maybe Team Rocket has returned. That just can't be. Sorry to bug you. Take care. If we turn on the radio. Testing 1, 2, 3. We're the amazing Team Rocket. It's been 3 years, but we've rebuilt the team and restructured. We're proud to announce that we're back. Giovanni, can you hear this? We finally did it. Where could the boss be, I wonder? I wonder if he heard this announcement. Does that just play on repeat? On every channel? That plays on repeat every channel. With the Team Rocket music. That's fun. Well, if I'm gonna get Buena's password today... Wait, these flowered? Or are they... Cherry berry plant is in bloom. Did I miss them? God damn it. What's up, Air Skywalker? What are you playing on? I'm playing on the Nintendo DS. Connected with a cable to my computer. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Nice to see you. Alright, well, Pear did just great. I thought maybe Splorp was going to get some action in that gym, but alas. Favorite Pokemon game? Pokemon Emerald, but HeartGold, Soul Silver are a very close second. How about yourself? I think we're going to give the experience share back to Splorp. Why Emerald? A mixture of things. It was my first, so I'm very nostalgic for it. Hoenn is my favorite region. I really like the battle frontier. Admittedly, I enjoy the like pre-physical special split. Silver's your favorite, but you stopped right afterwards. That's fine. Johto's great. Johto's a great region. The remakes here are also obviously very good, but the originals, Gold, Silver, Crystal, fantastic games. Okay, so Splorp has the experience share. Pear can chill. So I want to use our other three, Biscoff, Baseball, and Moonmist. I think coming up here. The surprise region after you beat the game is goated, truly. Yep. Thanks, Iwata, for making that happen. Last time I'm going to check this guy, I think, if he says anything different. Probably not. Nope. Nope, that's fine. Okay. All right, well, next stop for us, Goldenrod City. If we're going to get Buena's password today, time is of the essence. We have to save the radio tower. Random question for sure. What Pokemon cards I wish I still had? Luckily, I basically have my like childhood binder like behind me. I did just like earlier this year, I sold a card because I needed the money. So I guess I wish I had that back. But, you know, kind of a lot of money for like a single card. It's hard to. I don't really have many other cards. I guess I sold a few cards, but there was one card in particular that that would be nice. That would have been nice to like still have. But the rest of my cards from when I was a kid, all on that shelf behind me, believe it or not. Welcome to Goldenrod's radio tower, or maybe not. I'm sorry to tell you this, but no one can visit the tower now. If it was over 2K, it was not over 2K. It was a few hundred, but it wasn't over 2K. Who are you? We have some business going on. I was told not to let anyone pass but Team Rocket. Do you understand? You're only allowed to come through when you're wearing the cool black uniform for Team Rocket. Okay. I need a wardrobe change, it would appear. This guy's still, even now, after they've already taken over, this guy's still standing outside like, so this is the radio tower. Like, yeah, dude. The rest of your friends are in there, pal. You recently got back into it and you're so behind on all the Pokemon? It's all good. So how did you... Hi, Liv. How did you get back into Pokemon? Like, what is there a game that you picked up to play for the first time? Huh? Are you a newcomer too? We had to recruit new members for the radio tower mission. Then we ran out of uniforms. I heard this studio has some, so I decided to borrow one. Since you're here, why don't you change as well? Look at you, pretty good. Oh, but you shouldn't try to scare people walking around like that, okay? Oh. Biscoff is poking at garbage? Awesome. Can I not? Or I can regularly take a picture here. Right. This is such a fun part of this game. You look like an earnest youth. How come you ended up in Team Rocket? You still kick yourself over your Charizards. You had 4 base set Charizards you used as Yu-Gi-Oh tokens for probably 10 plus years. Sold them in late 2019 for Magic. Wow. Small things, watching nephews play the game, seeing hype online, seeing the prices for old cards for sure. I'm the name raider. Is this guy unfazed by us being a Team Rocket guy? Yes. He doesn't discriminate. Where do you think you're going? We're right in the middle of the mission. Can I fly? This isn't the place for that. They don't let you fly to leave. Huh. Teehee, you gym trainers can be a problem. Stay in the gym and stay out of the way. Get out of my way. We as gym trainers will never allow Team Rocket to do nasty things here in our city. For a young one like you to decide to become a member of Team Rocket, that's great, kiddo. You don't appear scary enough to be a Team Rocket member in that uniform. Make a scarier face and say, yee! All the while clenching your teeth. Why yee? You don't think you had any cards on your modern want list as a kid, at least that you can remember? We're on guard here, don't you worry. Our dream will soon come true. It was such a long struggle. I assume they just like cut off a bunch of, like they don't let you go anywhere else in the region because they didn't want to have to write like specific dialogue. Like if you went home and talked to your mom in the Rocket uniform, it would have been weird if she acted the same. So they had to cut you off at some point. I think I've met you before. You must have a reason for looking like that. Team Rocket! Nurse Joy also does not discriminate. Even if you're a criminal. Oh, you're a Team Rocket member. They don't say anything crazy, though. Except this, I guess. I think I've met you before. You must have a reason for looking like that. I'm undercover. Most of what you want is Aquapolis in the 2 Neo sets. And that makes total sense. Would have had to, like, rewrite the whole game. Yeah, right? So they were just like, let's cut him off at the pass. I mean, they'd still let you go in the mall. I have a package for you. Some yachi berries. Anything else? Casib berries? Casib berries? Focus sash. Heyo. It's a nice item. Pyapa berries. That's it. Welcome to the department store. Nothing about Team Rocket. What kind of business would a Team Rocket member have here? We aren't selling sanity here. Oh, got him. Mom told me to stay away from people in black suits. Be it Team Rocket, Team Pocket, or whatever. Leave me alone. I'm busy shopping and have no time to waste. Team Pocket. The ladies at this department store never change their attitude, be it in front of a regular customer or a Team Rocket member. That's what I call professional. You better listen to me. Quit being a Team Rocket member already. Oh, Team Rocket, please don't take my Abra away. What's my most wanted card right now? I don't think I have one. I don't know. I've looked at some like Chinchows and Lanterns and Laprases, I guess. I think there's a Lapras coming in the 30th anniversary set this year. That looks really nice. I never thought about it, but Team Rocket does go shopping. Oh my, Team Rocket has reached here already. This is great. It's so... I don't think I've ever gone around to talk to literally all of these people. I consider myself a bad guy, but I never liked hanging around other bad ones like Team Rocket. Team Rocket, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? Even Team Rocket wouldn't steal their own members' Pokemon, would they? You shouldn't wear a black suit like that. People will think you're a part of Team Rocket. What? You are one of them? You're part of Team Rocket? Since when? Team Rocket, why are they here? Congrats on Patrick's star. Okay, last floor. Even Team Rocket would understand how refreshing it is to listen to the radio on the rooftop, right? Team Rocket, you should have a drink from the vending machine and take a break. It's about time you started thinking of how you want to live your life. Wow. What a way to deal with criminals. You should drink some water and have a think. That's awesome. You want to go home and rethink your life. These aren't the Pokemon you're looking for. What if we go to the basement right now? I think we maybe have to later? Right? Oh yeah, there's like a whole part of this actually that I always forget about. These guys do not have Team Rocket dialogue, okay? All right. That might be everything. There is, I think, Bill's house. Are you a trainer? I've got a useful phone number for you. What's Bill's number? That's nice. When you call my brother, he can tell you about the PC boxes where you store your Pokemon. Whatever happens, it makes me happy to see my own son. Does Bill say anything? I used to do experiments on transferring things. Both the GTS and Nintendo Wi-Fi connection were inspired by my machine that transfers things. Bill does not give a single shit that we're in a Team Rocket uniform. Yes, Team Rocket can use the tunnel too. Okay, that lady also doesn't discriminate. No entry beyond this point. Okay. I think that is the trainers that were in this hallway are now gone during this part of the game. Can we go... Oh, the train station? We can go into the train station. Maybe this guy has some dialogue. The train hasn't come in. I know, I'll carry the passengers on my back. Nope, that's what he always says. And then those Lake of Rage were not there before the Shiny Gyarados. Also, those Lake of Rage were not there before the Shiny Gyarados. Huh? You did the Lake of Rage events first and those fishing trainers were nowhere to be found? Oh, they're only there after the Gyarados. Oh, so you have to go back. I see. There's a Rocket Grunt covering, if you love to trade so much, wait until the radio tower mission is over, then you'll have plenty of time. Okay, yeah. They don't let you go inside there either. In this outfit. Okay. I just happened to stumble across them. Fair enough. Alright, in we go. Is Aipom... have anything? Nope. You must be new. You look good in that uniform. Oh! Hey, Team Rocket, stop going around in groups and troubling people, you cowards. Huh? Are you Spencer? What are you doing here? No way, you think you're strong now that you look like them? That's foolish, you shouldn't wear those things. He blew my cover. What? You're not a newcomer? Then battle with me. Dang it, Matam. I was gonna Metal Gear Solid this place and you ruined it. Another rat. Crunch! Ooh, nice Dratini. Crunch is not good. Okay, rats are bad for Slowking. Slorp is 36. It's pretty good. You're too powerful. You could spoil our plan. I have to inform the others. I see. You're trying to be sneaky. Huh? A typical idea of the meek. No matter. I'll let you handle this. I have to defeat the Dragon Tamer. What's his name? Lance. After that, it'll be your turn. Be ready for it. Shows up, ruins my plan, and then bounces. What a guy. Why would they want to take over the radio tower? Jigglypuff's scared. You two live? Hope you're doing well also. What's new and exciting? This guy has 5 guys. There's so many guys. And they're faster. His rats are faster than my Pokemon with slow in its name. Tricky thing is if I try to switch, they could Pursuit. I think I'm just going to hope that they don't click Pursuit. They did not click Pursuit. Very good. You're doing okay, finally had time to beat the first gym after work. Nice, great work. You're gaming? What's your team look like now? You chose Cyndaquil. Who else? Apom has an item. Full heal, nice. You posted in the Discord, cool. Charbok. I'm excited for Slowking to get a better psychic move than Confusion. I don't know when that'll happen, but I think it'll be nice when it does. Oh! Exhibit A. Who are you? Who? Huh? Today's password? Help, of course. Somebody needs to put a beating on this mean Team Rocket, like 3 years ago even. Lady, do I got news for you? Unless she means someone needs to stop Team Rocket like what happened 3 years ago. That's probably what she means, actually. Oh, I think about it. Warlock, when you asked the question last night about should you use static or compound eyes for metal coats, there's a Grimer, by the way. You know what to do. I was in a call with my friends, and I was like, how do I find a percentage of a percentage? So I was trying to figure out, like, overall what the best percentage was going to be. I didn't think it was going to be as close as it ended up being. Just a 1% difference, which to me that basically doesn't matter. I don't know, like you could do either. I feel like anecdotally I feel like one might feel faster than the other. Static might even feel better, maybe, question mark, if you're seeing more Magnemites, maybe? But then compound eyes would make every Magnemite you see have a 20% chance. Anyway, they're pretty, like, comparable. They're pretty comparable. Neither is a bad strategy, and they both increase your odds by a lot. Because otherwise, it's 5% of a. It's a 10%, or no, it's 20% to show up, and 5% of the time it has a metal coat. So 5% of 20 is 1. 5% of 20 is 1. So without static or compound eyes, it is only a 1%. To just raw dog find a Magnemite holding a metal coat. I don't know which would be better here between Confusion and Headbutt. Let's try Headbutt. Headbutt's disabled, never mind. Confusion it is. I guess. Does this do at least half? Yes. Okay. No poison, please. No poison. Thank you so much. How we looking? Biscoff is 32. Let's get baseball. and Moon Mist in there. Oh, Apom has another item. It's an antidote. Great. To trainers, Pokemon are their oh my god, beloved partners. It's terrible how Team Rocket is trying to control Pokemon. It is terrible. I agree. Do we one-shot a coughing with Wing Attack? I want to say no. Yeah, close. Close, but no smoking. You do think static may be better for the brain because more Magnemites, but you'll be compoundize other stuff for sure. That's it. Also, yeah, like the I think the base and counter rate. Also, compoundize affects held item percents differently depending on what the base value is. So 50% of the if a Pokemon is holding an item 50% of the time, compoundize only increases that to 60%. But if a Pokemon is holding, what most held items I think are 5%, then compoundize makes that a 20%. So it's much more of a boost for a 5% item than a 50% item. A 50% item, I think I would probably want to, if I could make the Pokemon appear more often for 50%, I think would be the play probably. %5 is also so much nicer than the Gen 2 1%. Oh my god, yeah. Now that you mention it, 1% is tough. And no way to increase it. No compoundize, no static or magnet pull or whatever. Just a raw 1%. That's tough for sure. There's another Grimer. Oh, it hangs on. Oh. This has been the most you've gotten to Grime like ever. It's been a substantial amount of Grimers for sure. I think the Team Rocket of it all might have something to do with that. Baseball definitely can't stay in against a Magnemite, but I guess I could have gone Splorp actually. I probably should have. But Biscoff, I think, gets there with Surf. Lock on. Frisk also you think is so much better on the brain than just blind thieving. Yeah, totally. It just saves you time. 100%. Yeah, did you try the like fainted compoundized Pokemon up front? With Frisk being second, so that's actually who you send out? Okay, if this guy's gonna use Magnemites, let's actually use Splorp. You sent the team live. Let's take a look at the Gen 4 squad. We've got Glee, the Butterfree, Bumper, the Mareep, Mave, the Quilava, Rift, the level 9 Palkia. Awesome. I love that you're both using a fucking Sinnoh legendary on the squad. And then 2 eggs. I assume one of those eggs is Togepi and another one, if I had to guess, is a Wooper? Is that the Primo Wooper egg maybe? Time-wise is similar, but like there's no anticipation building and you were going 2 after you found out if the move was Yanma or Mareep? Oh, after you, if you were like, do I want static or do I want compound eyes? Use Wooper in your Soul Silver. It's Splorp? Oh my god, you're using Quilava and Splorp? Doubling up on fire types. Holy, what are you, Canon Ethan? You like cycling your mons? What do you mean? What do you mean by cycling? Okay, Splorp is gonna get to 37 here. You're going to after you got the math, but then you just happened to run into a metal coated guy on the walk? Awesome. That works out. Using a few different team members, like more than 6, you mean? Wayne, congrats on the weird drawing of a fish. Huge. I don't know that I mean, that didn't say it was new, so that must have come up before, but I don't remember seeing weird drawing of a fish in the pond. Okay. We only have a couple fights left in here, I think. Or no, actually, we go downstairs. Never mind. We go downstairs. I'm going to use Splorp, I think. It feels great ordering Pokemon to commit crimes. What? You're trying to figure out how to min-max getting a Quillfish? So swarms don't happen until post-game. And then you can catch one with a good rod. On Route 32, you can catch one with a good rod at 5%. If you want one before you get to the post-game. Thought you could get Quillfish from the fisherman calling about them on the route before Rock Tunnel, or is that just Gold, Silver, Crystal? You might be able to. I think you can get phone calls, right? Because there's phone calls for Quillfish, Yanma, Snubble? From different trainers, right? Nice to see you, Volvapedia, by the way. Welcome in. Y'all don't know how great it feels to have others playing the same games to 100%. That's the whole... Wayne, that's the whole vibe. That's the whole reason we're here. This community has been a blessing. You're actually trying to 100% Gen 2 to Tamahiro specs. Yeah. I feel bad, Warlock, that you're like, I don't think anyone else in here is also doing specifically Gen 2. Remoraid works like that too. Okay, I don't remember. But yeah, I at least haven't gotten any of those phone calls from any of those NPCs about like seeing Quillfish or Yanma or whoever more often. But Warlock, I think if you wanted a Quillfish before you beat the league, your best bet might just be using a good rod, and 5% of the time you're gonna see a Quillfish. That might just have to be the play, I fear. You've watched Tama for well over a decade, closer to two decades. Love her content. Yeah, she's great. She's like slowed down pretty substantially in the last few years, but her like 100% videos are extremely cool. She's quite thorough, which I really appreciate. And she does a great job about going into how to prep for a generation as well. Like you can kind of like figure out how to go about like maybe the team you want to build before you go into a game or whatever to make things easier for yourself in the post game, which is smart. I have not done any prep. You'll find another Gen 2 lunatic someday, or you'll build the Church of Jodo with your own bare hands. You might. She's doing what she wants and really enjoys. Patreon helps that too, for sure. But yeah, she's great. She's the GOAT. I used to watch, I remember like her, Jay Witz. Remember Jay Witz? The Team Rocket boss has locked himself in, but the director can open it. He's up on the 5th floor. Please save him. A Brandon to the past? I'm unfamiliar with them. You're unsure what the differences between Gen 2 and 4 are with the swarms? That's the thing, is I kind of mix up a lot of the Gen 4 and Gen 2 mechanics. So I can never remember specifically how some of that stuff works. Oprah's doing well. I think Jaywitz is just fine. I think he's doing quite alright. You loved A Brandon to the Past as a kid? I don't think I ever watched them. You go back sometimes and rewatch those older videos pre-Gen 6. They are a weird. There's a lot of top 10 videos around then on YouTube, which is a trip. There's a Grimer, by the way, another one. The hope is to tunnel vision a good rod and get fishing. Oh, true. You don't even have a good rod yet, right? Aura Guardian? That name rings a bell. Yep. I remember watching Shofu and John Marco Paramango, I think. And Chugga Conroy. More for Let's Plays, of course, than like, you know, videos about Pokemon or whatever, but still. Still watch Chugga. Yeah, Chugga just finished a HeartGold Soul Silver Let's Play, in fact. Splorp, can you live? Can you not die to confusion? Huge. It's fun seeing everyone's opinions without everyone getting so aggregated. Without everyone getting so aggregated. What do you mean by that? Chugga's Let's Play was what got you back into HeartGold Soul Silver? Oh, without everyone getting aggravated. Yes. Right. Yeah, it is a angrier internet these days, isn't it? What was that Pikachu battling channel? That does not ring a bell, I fear. Pikachu battling channel. The mascot of the channel was Pikachu? Making Pikachu your mascot as a as like a Pokemon YouTuber. That's a choice. It's a Porygon. Still watch Sacred Almighty from time to time. He makes so many videos though, it's too hard to keep up. I'm unfamiliar. I mean, we were talking about Birdkeeper Toby the other day. Oh. You love going back and watching Zoroark clones videos for when you need to catch something? Are those like guides for where Pokemon are in games? M&J TV, pre-million subs. The Poketuber you absolutely watch the most is Jim Cool. Hell yeah. W Jim Cool. Splorp is so close to 38. He's so auspicious. Why? Why do I have to suffer through this? Meowth, help me. Meowth is like, the fuck am I gonna do? Team Rocket, there's something they lack. It is music. Music enriches people's heart and soul. Music lovers would never do such horrible things at a place like the radio tower. Proton, the leader of this radio tower mission. He's so cool. Who are you? If you're in the way of Proton, I mean Team Rocket, I won't allow that. Poke-Aim? Yeah, yeah, Joey's been making videos for a long time and continues to. Joey's truly never stopped. His channel got hacked? I didn't know that. That's crazy. I mean, I don't know. I feel like Pokemon videos shifted. Splorp wants to learn Lava Plume? Hell yeah. Do we get rid of Ember? I think we probably just get rid of Ember. Yawn is valuable. Recover is valuable. Ancient Power is coverage. Ember is only a 40 power move. Lava Plume is an 80 power move. Yeah, let's do it. Ember, you're gone. Thank you for your service. Splorp all of a sudden is hitting a lot harder. 30% to burn with Lava Plume. Awesome. He had missed a daily upload in 10 years. Damn. Yeah, that's what I mean. Joey never stopped. Joey's been like a constant for a lot of people for a long time. In so many draft leagues, bro is battling maybe more than anybody. Gloom. All right, Splorp. You can do it. Finish this one off. Oh. Non-Poketubers you love? Dark Viper AU, GTA 5 speedrunner / completionist? Cool. I'm unfamiliar. Oh no, they're so useless. It's happening at long last. Oh my god. It's Big Splorp. Wow. We're gaming now. Team Rocket and Proton are all I need. Who cares about Pokemon? Slurp is trying very hard to keep up with you. Poor guy. Look at him go! He's running. Large Splorp. That's my goat right there. I have full heals. There we go. Long live Splorp. King Splorp. I think Splorp might be y'all's favorite. Am I wrong? I thought maybe it was baseball, but I think actually it might be Splorp. Okay, so Splorp now is far and away the highest level. I really just wanted Splorp to evolve. Your favorite is Pear? Hell yeah. W Pear. I really just, yeah, I wanted Splorp to evolve, but now that Splorp has evolved, I feel like we can use it maybe more than we could when it was still a Slugma. You're currently a big Splorp enjoyer. He's def your fave, but you can't not love baseball. Baseball is also, I think, when we can't pit two bad bitches against each other either. They're both excellent. Anyway, now that Splorp has evolved, I think we can chill and try to use the rest of the team for a while. What do you think, Baseball? Baseball's on the lookout. Great work, Baseball. Okay. Can you talk from here? No. Ahem, do you hear me? I'm the director. We've decided to broadcast wonderful shows to praise Team Rocket. Everyone, I don't want to hear you complain. Just do a good job to... Yikes! I'm busy impersonating the... Who are you? Oh no, it's you again. No. I was pretending to be the director to influence the entire region to support Team Rocket. This time I won't hold back. Give me all you've got. It's Petrol again. He's got a full squad of 6. Wheezing. Maybe 2 flies? Nope. Okay, let's go Biscoff. Bummer. Oh. And the mist from the smoke screen. You're killing me, Smalls. Okay. Big 32 for baseball. Please don't miss. Good. Please don't miss. Good. Another one. It might be risky at this point. Maybe we go... I mean... What's up, Tommy? Great to see you. Welcome in. Just chilling. Classic. Oh. First fight for Splorp. New and improved. Yeah, Lava Plume's pretty sick. Listen carefully. We stashed the real director in the underground warehouse. It's at the far end of the Goldenrod Tunnel. I'm a nice guy. I'll give you the basement key to get to the underground warehouse. Take it with gratitude. Namaste. Okay. We're done with the first sequence, I guess, for the radio tower. Biscoff survived the poisoning. The poison faded away. Your Pokemon can't faint to poison in Gen 4. Feels nice. Feels nice, man. Okay, I'm gonna go get a drink. I will be back shortly. Please stand by. Get yourself a drink or a snack in the meantime. Oh, Liv, you got a 10 stream streak? Have some fish. I'll be right back. Shadow Lugia. Heyo. That's a cool fish. W Shadow Lugia. Did you catch anything else cool? Dugong. Staryu, Remoraid. A Vape. Dratini. Nice. Shadow Lugia. Hell yeah. Getting so many calls from my mom. Scraper Mouth Mbuna. Welcome back. Thanks. So you got some very auspicious catches. How long this ladybug been hanging around? A couple hours. Okay. Now that we're no longer in the Team Rocket getup, I assume we can leave. We can fly wherever we want at this point, right? So it's just like a portion of the game where we're not allowed to leave. I wonder actually if you can go back to the Team Rocket guy in the basement and remove the outfit. Relly coming back soon with a bigger addiction than ever? Oh no. I feel like this is a good time to say I reserve the right to veto any webcam Pokemon requests. If I deem them unsavory. Anyway, back in we go. So we're going downstairs. Who's in the lead? Let's get Moonmist in there. Moonmist is the lowest level. See if we can get everyone to catch up to Splorp. Almighty Splorp. So powerful. Man, this lady has so many different dialogue boxes. All the people working at the tunnel left. No one wants Team Rocket to give them a hard time. The trainers are still gone. The Massage Brothers, if they were here, are not here. Or the herbal medicine lady, also not here. The photographer, not here. Can you go? Is the guy... This guy also isn't standing here? The, like, hiker? Ball. How many gyms? We've got 7 badges at this point. We just beat Price maybe an hour ago. Let's take a look at the card. There they are, 7 badges. Feels good, man. Right up to where you were when you didn't save? Oh. Team Rocket members in black suits have been running around. I was wondering what was going on. So you took on Team Rocket? You're impressive. You may be able to face the legendary Poke... Huh, never mind. I must go now. You haven't seen the game past this point, really? You don't know what the last town looks like? Wow. Okay, I mean, spoilers coming up, I guess. You've been warned. He's back. Hold it. What I told you before was to deceive you. I thought it would let me tell you and it would lead me to Lance. Well, he never showed up. No matter. I was planning to beat you after Lance, but since you're here, I'll repay my debts. Dude, I'm in the middle of something here. I don't know if you noticed. I'm trying to save the world or whatever. Can we squash our beef later when I'm not busy? Whatever, man. You were sad you lost 8 hours of progress? Yeah, man, that's a long time. That was like 2 to 3 years ago now. Well, Tommy, I hope you pick this game up again, whether it's that original save you were working on or if you start a new save. Well, you might just smoke screen. I feel like 2 body slams probably is fine. You did the same with Moon Warlock. Highly recommend trying again. You could always play along with all of us. That's true. That's true. It's fun to play a game alongside other people. Feel like you just start a new one and try a new starter? Yeah. Yeah, if you don't mind... Well, if you're able to maybe save some of the Pokemon from that original playthrough, that would be cool, but... If you just wanted to start fresh, go for it. And you can play along with the rest of us. I think I'm going to be playing HeartGold here at least for at least another month. At least until like into July. And even in July is Safari Week. I'm on the fence if I want to do Safari Week in Fire Leaf Green or if I want to do it in HeartGold Soul Silver. Could be kind of cool to do it in HeartGold now that I think of it. Haunter, maybe we... actually, Moonmist is very good for ghost types now, specifically Haunter, because of Zen Headbutt. Oh, Confuse Ray, okay. Well, actually, Slowking would have been immune to that. I'll give it a shot, maybe? Nice. And if you decide you don't want to play now, we're going to be playing Soul Silver again, probably this time like next year. The disheartening thing was losing the parts of the team you caught and leveled. Felt wrong continuing without them, you failed them. It's okay, they understand that things happen. Yeah, a fresh start would probably just feel like more fun. Like you get to start again with a brand new team and see them grow from babies compared to like jumping back in with a team that you used to have and maybe you're not as connected with them anymore, you know? Anyway, you do you, whatever you want, but if you'd like to join the Gen 4 journey, we'd love to have you. But yeah, we're still going to be playing HeartGold here for a while, with a little intermission for Safari Week, and then after that, we'll keep going. We might start Ranger maybe in August. But if we keep playing HeartGold for longer, then we'll probably start Ranger in September if I had to guess. Safari Week it's even longer than a week actually. It's like a week plus a weekend of shiny hunting in any of the Safari zones throughout the series. So any game that has a Safari zone and also shinies, you can shiny hunt in. So like you could play Fire Red Leaf Green, Ruby Sapphire Emerald, HeartGold Soul Silver here, Diamond Pearl Platinum in the Great Marsh. Those are all games that people tend to hunt in. The Great Marsh also in Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. If you've only got Pokemon games on the Switch, but you literally just said that you have HeartGold Soul Silver. So yeah, Safari Week is just a week of shiny hunting in the Safari Zone, seeing if you find anything, and then after that, seeing if once you find a shiny, if you can even catch it. So it's a big old gamble, but it's fun. There's a lot of people doing it together all at once. And it's fun also, as for me, as someone who doesn't shiny hunt often, to kind of like dip my toes in for a week once a year. No, you can shiny hunt on ROMs. No, you don't have to send them to Toast. That's something unique that Toast does for Ranch Week. Only games you have legit are a few of the 3DS and Switch games. That's fine. Any game that has... I might have forgotten. But any game that has a Safari Zone. And even then, it's basically just an excuse to shiny hunt in like a specific way in a handful of games. But like, you could still, you know, decide to shiny hunt literally whatever you want, whenever you want. There's no rules being like, you better not soft reset for shiny Kirim in Black and White 1 during Safari Week. That's illegal. For shame, the shiny police will come to your house and steal your games because they need more copies so they can multi-hunt. Your diamond copy is probably somewhere though. You should try finding that. Yeah, if you could get your hands on it, that'd be sick. I don't understand. Is that what Lance... Is what that Lance guy said true? That I don't treat Pokemon properly? Love, trust. Are they really what I lack? Are they keeping me from winning? I just don't understand. But it's not going to end here. Not now. Not because of this. I won't give up my dream of becoming the world's best Pokemon trainer. He wants to be the very best. Like no one ever was. Anyway, Safari Week I think is happening July 17th? Friday, July 17th until I think Sunday, July 26th. So it's like a week and plus a weekend of shiny hunting in the Safari Zone. I would like to go crazy for Safari Week this year. I think I'm going to try to stream as many of those days as I can. And I would like to find a shiny and hopefully catch it. That would be fun. What I could do, I have the GB operator and I have the DS. So I could stream both Fire Red, Leaf Green, or I could stream both Fire Red and Leaf Green basically. We could go to the Safari Zone in each of those games. Which I've never done. I've never hunted. I've never multi-hunted. I've only ever hunted in a single game. But that could be interesting to set up both Fire Red and Leaf Green with all the fixins. Illuminate Pokemon, White Flute. Try to get our encounter rate as high as possible. I think that'd be cool. There we go. I've never personally replaced a battery. I just got my friend Cassie to replace a couple batteries for me. Just a couple months ago. I haven't done it personally. I'm too afraid that I would fuck it up. But Cassie's done it many, many times, so I trusted her. Tommy, if you have a local game store near you, some local game stores offer to do the battery replacement for you. But they also, you know, they can't be held liable if anything gets corrupted. Some of them might, depending if they have the stuff, might offer to back up a save. Because if you replace a battery on a Gen 1 or Gen 2 cartridge, you also lose the save. but you can back up that save using something like an Epilogue GB operator first, replace the battery, and then reload the existing save that you have, which is pretty cool. You have a retro game store you go to for Pokemon cards? They probably do that if you had to guess, now that you're thinking about it. Worth asking. If they provide that as a service, probably wouldn't be too much money either. I had to guess maybe 10-15 bucks. If they're reasonable. Fork over your goods. You're not terribly concerned about the saves. You moved all the Pokemon on them to Diamond at the time. So are these Generation 3 cartridges then? Emerald and Ruby. Okay, well then you wouldn't lose the save. Taking the battery out of those games doesn't... The save is only tied to the battery in the first Gen 1 and 2 cartridges. But for Gen 3, the battery only moves the clock in the game. So right now, if you loaded those games up, they would say the internal battery is dead or whatever. The games are still playable, but timed-based events will no longer occur. Something like that. So like daily events won't happen, berries won't grow. Those are the things that having the battery in your Gen 3 cartridges like affects. So the games are still perfectly playable, even now, for you. But it is nice to play those games and have access to the time-based stuff. Time, like a day, there's a day-night cycle. It isn't visible, but there is like a day-night cycle in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald that you miss out on if the battery's dead. For berries, but also like if you wanted to evolve an Eevee into an Espeon or an Umbreon, and your game is locked into always being daytime, well then you can never evolve your Eevee into an Umbreon then, right? Stuff like that. Yeah, there's a lot to many Pokemon games. They're very dense. That's I think probably the most... Ooh, a smoke ball. Nice. That to me is like the most defining feature of at least like good Pokemon games. Like Gen 3 to 5 to me is like the golden age. And it's just because the games have just so much to do and so many, exactly, tons of little quests and stuff. 100%. Not that the games after Gen 5 don't have stuff like that. I just feel like they don't have as much, maybe. Because the design philosophies of the folks at Game Freak started to shift around that time. They thought people were on their smartphones more often, so they didn't spend as much time adding features to Pokemon games because they didn't feel like they could compete with smartphones, which is crazy. And also they started to rely more on just like online stuff. Gen 7 has lots to do. Admittedly, I've mentioned this before, but Gen 7 is more of like a blank spot for me. So I should play more Gen 7 Live before I speak on it like that. So that's my bad. Because you're probably right. Although, one of the things that Gen 7 truly bafflingly, like, what a strange decision, was they got rid of the bottom screen, it was the OBS right? Not OBS. That's the fucking streaming thing that I'm using. The thing in Gen 6, Gen 7 is Sun and Moon. Yes. The thing in Gen 6 that was on your touchscreen that let you connect to people online and stuff. The version of that in Gen 7, it's like a place that you have to go to. The PSS. But the one in Gen 7, whatever the fuck it's called, the Proto Street Pass? The Festival Plaza. Dude, what were they thinking? The Festival Plaza is a mess. They had the perfect system with the PSS, and then the immediate next generation fully fumbled it. I don't know what they were thinking. It's so strange. You couldn't get through Sun and Moon? Tommy, I'm with you. I think at least original Sun and Moon have entirely too many cutscenes, and they're long cutscenes also. They're frequent and they're long. It's like the worst. And they don't earn their airtime, right? They're not like compelling. They're not well written. And they're so frequent and bloated. So yeah, those are, for that reason, Sun and Moon. Alola's a great region and actually has a very cool like route design throughout that game, where like the routes are linear, but the routes themselves are like wide and have like multiple branching paths within the route. Like you can just like take a straight line down a route, that's fine. But there's like multiple forks within a route like throughout the entire Alola region, which is great. So you can explore within a route really easily, and they reward you often in Alola by having a trainer somewhere towards the entrance of the route who's like, hey, I'm really tough. Come back and talk to me after you've beaten the rest of the trainers on this route. So you're incentivized to go explore. So you go and you fight all of the trainers on the route, you come back, and then you have this like mini boss on the route who often gives you a pretty like cool reward after you beat them. That's one of the coolest things that Sun and Moon does, in my opinion, is have a mini boss on basically every route. That was a great decision. Anyway, I don't fucking remember how to do this puzzle at all. What does the red button do? Only affects red doors? Actually, that makes sense. Okay, green button. Green, and then red button. And then blue button. Oh my god, I figured out this puzzle for the first time in my life. The coolest thing it did was Marowak. No, you know what? You're right. When you're right, you're right. And it is Marowak. You disagree on the poorly written part, at least on the actual story beats, but you can agree that sometimes dialogue and cutscenes can drag on. On the actual story beats, so yeah, so like the broad story, sure, yes, the broad story for Sun and Moon is interesting. It's just they make it so annoying to get through that like it kind of ruins it for me. But yes, you're right. The idea of Ultra Beasts and Lily like taking care of Cosmog and all that stuff is cool. I mean, I feel like that's the case for a few Pokemon games, is like overall like back of the book, like summary of the story can be pretty cool, but then page to page, chapter to chapter, you're like, what are we doing here? Crobat wants to learn Mean Look. I don't know that I want Mean Look right now. Mean Look is probably going to be a move that we're going to have Baseball relearn later for stuff. But not right now. But I do just have to give Sun and Moon more time of day, though. They're by far the games I'm the least familiar with. What level did we get Crobat to evolve? 23. We had Golbat for 1 level. And then we got Crobat immediately. Lots of dialogue has never really bothered you, so personally games that do that don't give you issues. That's fair. That's fair. I feel maybe more sensitive to feeling like a game is maybe wasting my time. Is it worth playing the not Ultra versions? I would argue no. I would argue if you have your choice, just Ultra Sun or Moon would be better, because in the Ultra games they cut down on many of the cutscenes. And then the Ultra games also have more stuff to do in the post-game, which is cool. But that's just me. There might be some cool things you would miss out on from not playing original Sun and Moon, but to be honest with you, I couldn't tell you what those are. I don't think there are any Pokemon that you miss out on. I feel like the Ultra games are really just an upgrade. Like, not at all the case with like Black and White and Black and White 2. Like, people thought that Black and White 2 was just like Black and White again, you know, with maybe some extra Pokemon or whatever. Black and White 2 are great games, and they're different enough. They have a whole different story. Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon are a retelling of the exact same story. You skipped Black and White 2 because you assumed it was the same game. For sure. Different game. Black and White 2 is like Gold and Silver to... Not exactly, but it's similar to Gold and Silver to Black and White's being like red and blue or whatever, right? More of a sequel. Ultra games are closer to like a Crystal or an Emerald or a Platinum compared to Gold and Silver, Ruby, Sapphire, Diamond and Pearl, etc. IMO. Wing attack is disabled. Heard. Thank you, Chef. Some people herald Sun and Moon to have a better story purely because the villain actually full leans into their villainy, rather than being made more wholly sympathetic and the villain arc cut short in the climax of the game. You think Ultra Sun handles it a bit more elegantly? Lusamine goes from being Lusamine to Lusa kinda mean. Lusa, kind of a jerk. Anyway, I hate to be hard on Sun and Moon, but I can't deny that my first experience with Sun was bad. And so that's put a bad taste in my mouth. Who? What? What? You came to rescue me? Thank you. The radio tower? What's happening there? Taken over by Team Rocket. Here, take this card key. Okay, there's our second part. I have 11 minutes. I think I have even less time. I don't know that I get Buena's password today, folks. I gotta be so for real. I think I was not actually going that fast. At all. Depending on how quickly we can do this final fight. Unless is the... Yeah. Okay. I got a mosey. This comes up in the basement of the department store. We get an amulet coin. Nice. Awesome. Speedrun strats. I'm not a speedrunner. My cargo percent. I'm skeptical about if we can get Buena's password today. It's down to the wire. My game, I think, is also like 2 minutes faster than the real world clock or whatever. So I have even less time. Let's see. Also, I gotta be so for real. I'm a little nervous about... Oh, there's 2 fights. No, there's no way. There's no way I get there in time. Oh, there's more grunts. No, yeah, I definitely... I think I'm pooched. Why does Automod keep... Because of the word climax? Twitch, are you kidding? Twitch, be so for real. That you're not withholding this perfectly normal Twitch chat because of the perfectly normal, otherwise non-sexual word climax? Automod, that's crazy. What the fuck? Anyway. Alan gave you a Firestone? Huge. W. Alan. Do you like her going fully unhinged in Sun and Moon, but that fight had its potential clipped at the wings? Necrozma and the wormholes are a better thing to focus on than just Lusamine. Possibly there was a better way to conclude her evil arc. You'll concede. They have no issue when you type splooge. Well, no, Automod did actually take issue with splooge, in fact. That's funny. Damn. Possibly there was a better way to conclude her evil arc, you'll concede, but there's so much going on in the climax of Ultrasun Ultramoon. It's at least understandable, and the climax of Ultrasun Ultramoon is great. I mean, fire, the light that burns the sky. I mean, come on. How can you beat... I mean, yeah, there you go. There's... We have so many more fights than I remember there being. There's so many more... Oh yeah, I guess he's literally standing right here. Anyway. Yeah, so I'm currently playing through Moon like every once in a while. I kind of go back to it to chip away at it and make some progress. And I really would like to stick with it primarily for my team, but not because I want to experience the story again, I don't think. But I'm torn because I enjoy the Alola region, at least. Wonder if that has to do with the audience I have my stream set to. Like if I had it to 18 plus, it probably doesn't auto mod those. Probably not. Yeah, there's some settings for that I could probably tweak. You're sorry, you see a pretty girl who's a little mean and she can do no wrong. Lusamine is great. The game is so stylized. It looks great. looks great on the 3DS. And if you can emulate it and like upscale it and stuff, it looks even better, obviously. But even still, just on like the base 3DS, looks great. Chugs a little bit when there's like multiple guys on screen. Like sometimes you'll be in a double battle or something, and the game will start to horde encounters in X and Y. Those were not good on a 3DS, but you know. An Ultra Ball. You may have won this time, but all you did was make Team Rocket's wrath grow. Hey you, remember me from the hideout in Mahogany Town? This time it looks like you're really all alone. So it should be quite easy. Bring it, let's finish this. To be frank, 3DS came out, or to be frank or to be fair? Probably to be fair. To be fair, 3DS came out in 2012, Sun and Moon came out in 2017, 5 years old hardware. Yes, I mean, they had, I think, the new 3DS out at that point, but yeah, it's for sure. For sure. DS 3DS is still your favorite type of console, just something about it, I agree. The starters are amazing. Incineroar this and that can argue that Wrestler Kitty isn't iconic. Yeah. Yeah, I think people are only maybe down on Incineroar for the same reason that they'd be down on a song because the radio plays it too often. Still a good song. But they just get tired of hearing it so much, you know? Love Popplio, love Primarina. They're a great line. For sure, the Rowlet line. It's great. Yeah, very solid trio of starters. Vileplume. Folks, I think I took too long. I think I'm gonna miss Buena's password today. Feels bad, man. I could have got it earlier. If I checked it, if I thought to check it sooner. But then all through the 11 o'clock hour, I truly couldn't have checked it because of the Rocket takeover. Oh well. Why am I so slow, bro? I'm just vibing, man. Big crit. Ariana's final Pokemon, Murkrow. What do you think you're doing? You do like Popplio? Whew. Close. Anyway, all of that to say, Tommy, I feel like if you've got the choice, if you've never played, or at least you said you've tried and it didn't stick, but if you wanted to try Gen 7 again, personally, I would go for an Ultra game before one of the base Sun and Moons. But again, that's just me. All right. I believe we've got one more. And it's a doozy. Can we talk about how cool the light trio is as a trio? All 3 banger mons? The light trio. Is that Solgaleo, Lunala, and Necrozma? I've never heard them referred to. I'm assuming it's those 3. I didn't know they were the light trio. You have one started? You think you remember being annoyed you picked Litten after the fact? Well, an hour in is not much time that you could reset and pick someone else. You don't know what they are, TBH? I mean, the light trio makes sense to me, I guess. It evolves into Incineroar. Fair enough. And yeah, you could run it back with Rowlet or Popplio. You could choose not to use a starter. You know, world's your oyster. I'm doing a mono ghost playthrough of Moon right now. So I picked Rowlet for Decidueye. So that's been fun. Ultra Trio, because they're all technically Ultra Beasts. True. Ditching the starter, you've never done that before? Yeah, if you're not feeling the starter, for whatever reason, I mean, you don't have to use them. You know? Let me save here, just in case things go south. Oh, you managed to get this far. You must be quite the trainer. We intend to take over this radio tower and officially announce our comeback. That should bring our boss, Giovanni, back from his solitary training. We're going to regain our former glory. I will not allow you to interfere with our meticulous plans. Versus Executive Archer. He has a Houndour. Dude, maybe we just roll out, you know? Maybe it's a rollout moment for Moon Mist. As long as we don't miss a rollout. Okay, there's his first Pokemon. He's got a Coughing. Here comes a level 3 rollout. Does that do the trick? Not even a little bit, plus the smoke screen. That's not good. But we don't miss a level 4 rollout. Gets there. Do we hit the final rollout into Archer's final Pokemon? Houndoom. Level 38 Houndoom. We can't have you getting in the way before news of our resurgence reaches Giovanni. Oh, we could flinch. There's so much going against us. We hit the rollout! Through the flinch! Through the smoke screen! Through just rollout missing because it's rollout. Unreal. Moon Mist. Making easy work of Archer. Holy. That was sick. No, forgive me, Giovanni. Wow. And I was worried about that fight. How could this be? Our dreams have come to naught. I was not up to the task after all. Like Giovanni has done before me, I will disband Team Rocket here today. Farewell. Wow. Just like that. That's the end of Team Rocket in the Johto region. Oh, you've already defeated them? Thank you. Your courageous actions have saved Pokemon nationwide. You are well worth this. Please take it. Spencer put the Rainbow Wing in the key items pocket. There used to be a tower right here. When the tower was replaced with the radio tower, that Rainbow Wing was found at the top of the tower. I heard from a friend from Cyanwood City that you can climb the bell tower in Ecruteak City when you have a Rainbow Wing. I have to get back to my office. See you. I almost forgot. According to my friend from Cyanwood City, the legendary Pokemon will not appear if you just go up to the top of the bell tower with only that rainbow wing. Apparently there's something else you need, or something like it. I wonder what it is. I can't remember. Are you expecting something? This is what they call fake out. I really must go back to my office this time. See ya. He got me. Moonmist, how you feeling? Moonmist is looking outside and frolicking. Moonmist seems to be enjoying this a little bit. Awesome. Great job, Moonmist. These are still flowering or whatever. Okay. All right. Well, there is... That's Team Rocket. Done and dusted. We have our 7th badge. Want to check the time for giggles? Oh, it's past. It is past. If we go back. Yo, yeah, I'm 7 minutes too late, in fact. Devastating stuff. Thank you, kiddo. You're the best. This is a token of my appreciation. TM11. Is that Sunny Day? Yes. Powers up fire type moves for a while. Very nice. We have recordings of the cries of many of the Pokemon that have been found. We must have about 200 kinds. We run 24 hours a day to broadcast entertaining programs. I'll do my best to run around the clock too. Your memory of TMs is so impressive. I'm glad impressive is a nice word for you to say. I don't have all of them, that's for sure. Oh, we got a bright powder from Mary. Cool. When a Pokemon holds it, it lowers the opponent's accuracy. Do you listen to our music? I do. Sometimes. You're gonna scoot off to bed. Wayne, thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next time. Take it easy. Hello, it's you. You know, I really love Pokemon. I built this radio tower just so I could express my love of Pokemon. It would be nice if people enjoyed our programs. It's chock full of Pokemon books and photo collections. Y'all, I'm so glad Wayne is here. Wayne has been an excellent addition to the squad we've got. Feel free to look around anywhere. The director is nice again, just as he was before. He's nice again. He had a Snickers. Thank you for listening every day. Tune into my password show. We have how many points? 6 points. Yeah, me too, Warlock. I think slowly but surely we're... Rip that Nintendo Direct guy. Oh my god, that was so funny. Me and Matt Tam were in the car the other day, laughing about him. You're like, dude, bro. Stop overhyping that Direct. Bro, I'm just genuinely curious. I'm just, like, genuinely intrigued. Yeah. Alright. I'm genuinely sick and tired of you, so get the hell out of here. Yeah, he could have been chill. He super could have been chill, but I have a low tolerance. So, here's the thing. Here's the thing that I've been worried about as I'm like, maybe people think that I can't have people disagree with me. People can disagree. It's just like he was being like weird about it. But also, that hasn't happened. I haven't had someone come in here and be like that in a long time. So I think I also gotta like count my lucky stars that like that doesn't happen more often. He was a vibe vampire, though. He was definitely a vibe vampire. I'm just genuinely curious. I'm just genuinely intrigued. I'm just intrigued, bro. I'm just genuinely intrigued. That's the best. That's that's when I was like, oh, okay, you're... What happened with the vibe vampire? After the Nintendo Direct the other day, this rando came in here. You remember now? Okay, never mind. If you remember. Definitely here for the disagreeable vibes that are present every time you join the stream. Yeah, okay. Tommy gets it. Okay, Mom. Mom's blowing up my phone. Yeah. It's like you're overhyping the Direct, and the whole time I was like, it was fine. Why are you overhyping it? All right, let's do the bug catching contest. Baseball. Baseball is too strong. Like, bite does too much damage. So, Moon Mist is probably also too strong. Probably also too strong. It's the same shit with the TCG hobby right now. We're talking about Pokemon at the end of the day. Yeah. Well, I think there's this persistent, like, response to anything online where if anyone says they liked or disliked something, if they just share their opinion about whether they liked or disliked anything, someone takes that as being, or even if someone says like it was fine or it wasn't that great, right? They don't even take necessarily like a hard stance on something, you know what I mean? They're just like, it was fine. You know, they see a movie, they're like, yeah, it was a 7 out of 10. Or it's like a 5 out of 10, whatever. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that great. You know? People are like, oh, so you thought it was the greatest thing in the world? Or, oh, so you think it was a total piece of shit? It's like they're just assume that you're on either extreme, right? Either like you say something was a 7 and you're like, oh, so it's your favorite thing in the world? You're overhyping it. Or you say you didn't like it. Oh, so you think it was a 0 out of 10? You think it was the worst thing to ever exist? Or you say you have two things, right? Say you're comparing two things, right? Say we'll take Pokemon. Say you're comparing Charmander and Cyndaquil, right? Someone says, I like Charmander, and then someone else replies with, oh, so you think Cyndaquil's a piece of shit? No! No, I think they're both really good. I just personally prefer Charmander a little bit more. Charmander ekes it out a little bit more. You don't have to jump to the conclusion that I think Cyndaquil is a piece of shit. It's like there's this jumping to extremes that's happening. In randos are just like coming in with this fucking crazy rebuttal for no reason. I don't understand. I don't understand. I think it's just because people get defensive about a thing, about the way that they feel about a thing. You're not gonna lie, the TCG people who come into the store make you so sad, and you've had to switch to pricing cards with like great ability in mind, and it's killing you. The people you work with are like surface scratches on the art, don't even take it. You got chewed out for taking in a heavy play first print Swamp Raid for cheap because you knew a collector would want it in their binder, and it sold that day. Well, then that's a W for you. People don't understand card conditions. There are 4 to 5 conditions for raw cards. Your manager at a place that's primarily a record and game store, but you do memorabilia and cards a little. Yeah. I brought in a card that I sold a little while ago. I would describe it as like lightly played. And I brought it to a store and they were like, because of the condition of this is a card that I valued at like $800. And I brought it to a store and they were like, because of its condition, we'll give you like $200 for it. And I was like, ah, no. So I took it to a different store and they gave me like $7.50 for it, which I was quite pleased about. But the first store I went to, I was like, that's so much less than I thought I was gonna get for this. The whole reason I'm selling it is because it's worth a decent amount. I'm not gonna sell it if it's apparently not worth anything. I'm gonna go to Goldenrod. Or no, am I? What am I doing? What am I doing? You ever get existential on the stream? For everyone to see live on Twitch? Can we buy rest? Nah, I think I'm just gonna rip it. I think I think I'm gonna bring Crobat because Crobat can heal and Crobat won't get poisoned. And we're just gonna throw Sport Balls and they're gonna work eventually. I have faith. Let's go baseball, hit a home run. And I'm gonna save because I keep forgetting to save before the bug contest, and then I lose, and then I don't get to catch anything for that day. So things I still need from the bug contest, the big ones, Butterfree and Scyther. So one of those would be nice. If we could also win and get a Sunstone, that would be great. Same thing happened with your brother's Rayquaza star. So I was selling a Groudon star. A bunch of places tried to rip him off because it was moderately played until he went to a card shop that like understands people just like cards ungraded. Yeah. So the card that I there's a Butterfree. We're just gonna try to catch it. The card that I sold, the Groudon star, I sold it to one of our local game stores that I think is good. And after I sold it to them, I was back there for a Pokemon pre-release, and I saw it in the display case, and I was like, oh, that's my Groudon! And they were selling it for double what they gave me for it, which, I mean, that's their policy. They give you 50% of what they're gonna sell it for. But I couldn't believe, I was like, dude, that's so much money. Some vendors try pulling that shit at card shows, and don't get me wrong, I will pay a slight premium if the card is super clean, but you're not paying much over market. If you want double market, go graded if you think it's that clean. We got a Butterfree. I feel like grading is stupid. That might, I don't know if that is a hot take or not. I don't really care. I just think it's stupid. I think they're toys. And I understand they're worth money. So like I believe in like keeping your cards. Depends what I mean by stupid. I think it's stupid. I think it's stupid to keep them in a plastic case and not use them. And I think it's stupid to treat cards like stonks. And I don't know. I run an after school Pokemon club, and there's a dad who goes to it with his kids every week. And I talked to him about that, and he was like, we were kind of on the same page where he was like, if I know a card that I have is worth some amount of money, I will take care of it. But I also realize that most of the cards that we have are toys. And my kids are going to play with the toys. The biggest thing about grading, aside from the money in it, is that it clears up the question of condition. But I also think that getting a card graded itself is a scam from the companies that are doing the grading, particularly I'm sure you're aware of the PSA stuff that's been happening over the last while. But any of those companies, like, I mean, PSA, I guess is, I'm not really tuned into it, but PSA, I guess, is like especially bad. But I just feel like the needing to get it graded itself is a scam. Anyway, I don't know. I'm definitely of the opinion that because it is a card, if I ever wanted to use it in a deck, if I want the option to potentially play with it someday, right? And I'll keep it sleeved, totally. I might even put it in a top loader, but at least I can take it out of a top loader. Honestly, my issue with grading might even be solved if, like, you could remove it from the slab. It's a collectible at that point. I feel like it's a collectible if it's in a slab. If it's playable, then it's a toy. Cards are toys. If English QC wasn't so shit, grading wouldn't be as big. QC, is that quality control? Butterfree, the butterfly Pokemon. It collects honey every day. It rubs honey onto the hairs on its legs to carry it back to its nest. Do you mean like when Pokemon prints them, you're saying that the quality control is bad? The Magikarp from Paldea evolved. No, I'm unfamiliar. Okay, well I got a Butterfree, so I'm good. Let's see if we win with a full health Butterfree. Oh, we came in second? Damn, with a full health Butterfree. With 321 points, I think is pretty good. Who the hell beat us? A Kakuna? This better be like 322 points. 329! That's gotta be a fucking 6 IV Kakuna. Holy shit. Actually, maybe Butterfree and Kakuna are in the same... They might be worth the same amount of points, actually, now that I think about it. That's a modern card that's notoriously hard to grade. 15% of that card that gets sent in is a 10. Your thoughts really fall where yours do. They're meant to be played with, and you personally think making them unplayable should remove value. Yeah, but they become like gold bars at that point. And like the fact that they're, I don't know, like a creature that a child could find adorable is irrelevant to an extent, you know, once they're in a slab. And I understand there are people, like, I might get like a slabbed Lapras or a slabbed Lantern or something and put it on my shelf and be like, that's a collector's item, you know? But I would much rather have that card like in a binder or in a deck, I think. You think they display nicer in the slabs? I think, but it also just comes down to like our priorities with the cards, right? And if your priority is looking at them as more of a display piece, then fine. Yeah, you're right. They are probably nicer in a slab than just like in a top loader on a shelf. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think I'm really bummed just in general, I think, about how much money has become a part of Pokemon cards. Since the pandemic, since one of the Paul brothers, I forget which one, you can buy other things to display them that doesn't involve grading. Right. Yeah, I think, like, I feel like it's unlikely for someone who who's getting a slab. I don't know. I probably shouldn't be generalizing this much, but I feel like if someone is getting a slab, it's more for me. I feel like it's probably more to showcase the value of that slab and the maybe even like the number on the slab itself. Like if it's like a Gem Mint 10 or whatever, they just want to showcase that more than they want to showcase the Pokemon itself. You sold 6 of your slabs yesterday at the show you went to, got 90% market. Crazy what vendors are paying right now. Like crazy, like beneficial for you, like beneficial for the seller. You went to church with them? What? Warlock, that's crazy lore. Beneficial for you? Okay. Yeah, man, I don't know. They're Clevelanders? I didn't know that. I don't know anything about them other than I hate them. Anyway, I hate what they represent. Also, that whole like Japanese forest thing, that was crazy. Anyway. I don't know, it just like bums me out when one of the kids in Pokemon Club comes up to me like, how much is this card worth? And I'm like, I don't know. Do you like that Pokemon? It's got the WAS shops at your store? Hell yeah. That's sick. I think cards being worth stuff is bad inherently. I suppose at a point we have to accept that people want to buy and sell. That's just the direction the TCG has gone. You absolutely agree with all the sentiments that y'all are sharing? Wish it was just about Mons. Well, yeah, I'm aware I have a unrealistic, like naive, childish take on this for sure. Because it is undeniable how much money can be made. So, like, I totally understand, like, why people are so riled up about the money and with Pokemon cards. It just bums me out. Anyway, that's me. Let's go to Ekritique. Him and his friends hit all the game stores in Ohio every summer. He bought out your NES games a few years back, and you were trying to be so chill about how excited you were to finally be there when he was there. Yeah, that must be an event. It's Scott the Waz Day. He's great. I feel like Scott has a very level head, has relatively good good takes on games. Like more often than not, I'm like nodding my head like, yep. I think he doesn't like blow things out of proportion much either, which I appreciate. You're super into if you're into it, you kind of have to be smart with all of this stuff in order to get stuff you want as a collector. It would be negligent if you're into it to ignore the fact that grading can help you grow your collection. It can help you grow your collection. Like if you get something graded and then sell it and then reinvest that into getting the cards that you want. I guess so. I still think grading is a scam. Like I would hate to send something off to be graded and have it come back damaged by the grader. And then now I'm out that money, I guess. Everything is expensive. Like you're grading lots of modern stuff to sell and get vintage cards you want. Then it's stonks. And that's fine. It just feels bad. People used to trade. But again, I realize that that's unrealistic nowadays. So it was like when Browns players shop at the store. You like Scott a lot, even when you disagree. You think he's measured and presents a good, different perspective. Yeah. Just got really out of control. 100%. Yeah, did it ever. Girl, TCG should always be affordable for kids and their parents. That's your unrealistic take. Like, kids should always have access to these things. You can't imagine growing up and missing out on anything Pokemon. I mean, packs here, an individual pack is like $10. And I feel like it used to be reasonable. Like if you took your kid grocery shopping 20 years ago and they asked for a pack of Pokemon cards, you'd be like, yeah, that's $5, $6, whatever. Really not that big a deal. Now, $10? That second digit does a lot for the mental math for a parent who's like, $10. I don't know. I don't know about that. When you started collecting again 2 years ago, the top chases were like 100 to 200. Even 2 years ago, I think it was out of control. But yeah, it's gotten even worse since then. And it was bad then. It's been bad for, again, since the pandemic. You miss when people had binders for trades? That's why you had those Charizards. You trade Yu-Gi-Oh! You didn't want and grab them to throw people a bone for cards they wanted to play. $10 is your bread and milk or whatever. Yeah, 100%. And the other thing too, oh my God. There's so many content creators. There's so many people who are just like, have stacks, towers of booster boxes of the latest set of whatever the hot new item is. And they're doing live streams and they're just ripping a pack every 10 seconds. They're ripping it. They're flipping through it in like 0.2 seconds. They're taking the hit in the pack. They're sleeving it and then they're setting that to the side. And then they're just opening packs for hours on end. And people are watching the sheer amount of stuff that people are opening. Tommy, you got 20 booster boxes? Tommy, you might be part of the problem, friend. Anyway. So yeah, like availability, like people can't, you're just buying your fair share. I don't know that 20 booster before everything went stupid. I can't tell if you're being so for real. Do you think 20 booster boxes is your fair share? I guess like, or sorry, it's not 20 booster boxes of one set. Okay. Right, you're just sitting on them. It's too much money. That's exactly what I mean. People used to buy cards to open them. It was very rare that someone would buy a pack or a box and keep it sealed. There are very few people doing that. Because they were toys. They were toys first. It shifted. They're toys second now, and they're investments first. And that's a bummer. But if you're not opening them, then you're just saving them to sell them later, right? So you're just like hoarding. There's a limited supply. Lord knows scalpers are buying them and then reselling them at double the price, triple the price, and people who are desperate. It isn't like scalping. No, because you're not selling them right now, but you will sell them for a profit later. If you're not gonna rip them, you'll have these booster boxes for years. And then what? And then what? You have these you sit on these booster boxes for 10 years. Do you open them 10 years from now? could open them now. So 10 years from now, you're probably not going to open them. So what are you going to do? You're going to sell them. You're going to make a lot of money when you sell them in 10 years or however long you sit on them. It's still effectively the same thing, just you're waiting longer so that you get a bigger payout at the end of it. But there are now cards in those boxes that could be in circulation, or you could own them. You could just own them. They wouldn't be in circulation if you opened them and then just kept them for yourself. But they're investments first and they're toys second. That's all I'm saying. And listen, that's fine because it's your money and it's a product and you're just deciding what you want to do with the product, right? That's your right. All I'm saying, right? I'm not, Tommy, I think you're chill. I think I think you're chill. I think we're chill. All my point is that it is a bummer how it is shifted. And it's especially a bummer when even the kids who are opening the packs and using the cards are still thinking of the cards price first card, like Pokemon second. That's all. That's just what is a bummer about it for me. Anyway. But obviously, your money, you do you. You think everyone should be allowed to buy as much as they want? Well, everyone can't because there isn't enough of it to go around. So the people with means can, and then the people without, who maybe could afford the odd thing here and there, simply can't because it's not available anymore because of scalpers who are trying to make a profit off of it, or Tommy people like you who buy it and then hold on to it are also making it not available for everyone. They can't meet demand. I think they're already printing, like, I don't think they're gonna print, they probably could print more and it would still sell, but I think they're printing like as much as they really need to. No, I know, like you're a degen ripper while it was cheap. I mean, that's fine, but again, you're just like, you've shifted the priority for or the reason for why you're buying the box in the first place. It's less for the cards inside and more because why buy the box if not for the cool cards inside? If you're gonna hold on to it, you're just buying it to make more money later in life. Anyway, they become a collectible. The box itself becomes a collectible, yes. But when you sell it, you're not going to sell it to someone else at the amount that you paid for it, like you paid $200 or whatever. 10 years down the line, you're not going to sell it to someone looking for a box of Chaos Rising. You're going to sell it probably for like $1,000 or whatever, maybe more. You see all the rippers are going through so many packs? Yes. Right. And then they're selling those packs. So like, or not, sorry, they're not selling packs, they're selling singles out of those packs. And so it is cheaper, at least if they're selling singles, it is cheaper for people who play the game at least to buy singles. Pokemon's also moving away from booster boxes? I didn't know that. That's news for me. So are they just gonna do like ETBs and other products and not just 36 pack boxes or whatever? They do the first print wave and then reprints aren't as big. What did they do? I feel like they did a reprint of like, I want to say like, either it was like Vivid Voltage or Surging Sparks or something. I don't remember. Might change when they get the new facility going. A lot of people think they're filling retail stores more with ETBs and collection boxes? I think they make so much more money. I think the margins on ETBs and other collections are way higher than just a straight up booster box. Because they can fill an ETB with a bunch of cheap to make nonsense and sell it for more. They can even they can get more money per pack in an ETB than they can for a booster box. So weird that because of the graders, you just can't locally find some cards because people are holding for no reason. Like you want 3 more Corbeau boss's orders. No one is even taking them to the stores despite ripping packs like crazy. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, the cards. Oh, the card game. It's a fun game. Fun game to play. You might have 25 Meowths from Phantasmal Flames. I hope you're a big Meowth fan. All right. Your fave artist does that card? Who's your fave artist? Uninori? Uninori? Uninori. Pokemon TCG Uninori. Oh, cool. They do like a watercolor. Oh, the full art Meowth. Is that this guy? Oh, hang on. Oh, this is too zoomed in. With the Pokemon Center in the back? Yeah. Is that, I think, Cerulean City in the background? Because this Meowth, you can find Meowth on the route on the way to the... on the way down where the daycare is. Yeah. So they're still doing... This artist is still doing like watercolor style. That's really cool. They just did this promo Meganium. You like the Nidoking? Nidoking. Oh, they did Latios. Nidoking. Ooh, Giovanni's or Team Rockets? Yeah. Yeah, that's really good. Yeah, this is cool. They're like keeping the like retro aesthetic alive. That's really nice. How long have they been? Their first card was Groddle in Temporal Forces. 2024. So they're relatively new. That's cool. They did Kadabra in Twilight Masquerade. That must have been after... That must have been when they were allowed to print Kadabra again. I think. Actually, the first time Kadabra was able to be printed again was when they did 151, right? That was the first Abra and Kadabra cards in like 20 years or something. Oh, they did Raging Bolt EX? Oh, hell yeah. Wow, this is cool. Harime Kusajima? Harime Kusajima. Pokemon TCG Harime Kusajima. Hajime Kusajima. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, wait, their last card was Sun and Moon. Oh, shit. They've been out of the game for a minute. Oh, nice. Okay, they've got a Sneasel. Do you have this card from Steam Siege? Raging Bolt is the best modern Pokemon? I mean, Ticketon is right there. Steam Siege Yveltal? That's cool. Steam Siege was so funny because it's just like pretty like, you know, your regular sick artwork for Pokemon, but like plus like gears and stuff. Like Pokemon, but make it steampunk. They got a Lugia. That's nice. Gyarados. Red Gyarados. Promo. When did they start? Oh, shit. That's a nice Garatina. Oh, I'm just realizing Ladybuzz miniature. You almost got this, Tina, in Japan. Do you mean like the were you in Japan? Or you mean like you got the Japanese version of that, or you almost got the Japanese version of this? 3 attacks. You don't really see 3 attacks anymore. Ooh. Cool Typhlosion. That's sick. When was their first card? Still going. Oh, they did this Chinchou. Oh, hell yeah. From EX Unseen Forces. Nice. 7th movie Rayquaza. Sick. Oh, they did this Plusle Minun combo. This duo. I love these cards. I have these in my binder. Hell yeah. This Diglett is so funny. So powerful. When did they start? Oh shit, look at the, I guess you can't really see. There's like a bunch in a row. Oh my god. Oh my god, this Growlithe. Oh my god, it's a baby. These are all like kind of in different styles too. Like they've got range. Oh my god, they did this Zapdos. Whoa. Is this the Mew? Is this the Mew? Is this Expedition Mew? You wish you could get into the TCG as the actual game. You've tried. Actual TCG is way too inaccessible. TCG Online and Pocket are fun, but have failed to grab you. I feel like trying to play TCG online or live would probably be your best bet. Damn, their very first card was the Pokemon Forever Celebi. That's crazy. At least according to Cerebi, that's their first card. And then Karen's Houndoom. I think maybe... Warlock, did you say that this was like one of your favorite cards before? Damn, so they have been... Who's this again? Hajime Kusajima? Oh, they made all of Karen's Pokemon. Karen's Umbreon, Houndoom, T-Tar, Flareon, Magmar, Rapidash. What? Karen is kind of like a... They made Karen like partly like a fire type trainer in the card game. That's kind of cool. Karen's Flareon. That is so sick. Holy shit. That's so cool. This Weezing is crazy. Look at Weezing's face. Fave card is the Neo Celebi by Sumiyoshi Kiziku. Neo Celebi? This one? Nope. Different artist. This one? The green one? The grass type? This is not in English. That's fine. That arm is... She's really... she's really... Look at me, I'm Neo Celebi. That's cool. That card is... Or maybe this is in a specific language. The Japanese one is hollow. Aha, that card is 48. Ungraded. Very cool. Very cool. Alright. Where were we? You bought a PSA 10 for 200 2 years ago. It's 2K now. You'll never sell it. Well, that's a card. See, I can get behind that at least. That's a card that you like by I guess that's not the artist that you mentioned earlier, but you won't be able to buy it again. Yeah. Yeah, that's a cool card. Okay. At this point in the game, we have the Rainbow Wing. I don't know that I ever really remember. I mean, we can go here. We can go to Bell Tower. Don't I have to fight the Kimono Girls? I mean, I went in there and they weren't in there. I'm missing a step somewhere. Past here is the Bell Tower. This tower was built as a place of rest for Ho-Oh. Since Ho-Oh left, many people have gone up to the tower to try to bring it back. None have succeeded in making Ho-Oh appear. Morty, the gym leader. That's the Critique gym badge. The badge alone will not do any good, but I can let you through. I mean, we can check out this route at least, because this is one of the nicest locations in the game. Are we doing post game? We're doing Kanto, but we're not doing post game. Yeah, we have 7 badges right now. I don't think we're supposed to be here yet. I don't know, maybe I just go to Blackthorn? I don't remember. So excited for Extreme Speed Dratini. Hell yeah. It's a good Pokemon. Do I go talk to Elm or something? Maybe? I'm trying to remember. Nope. Yo, yeah, we're doing Kanto for sure. The goal for this playthrough is to beat Red and catch legendaries. And then for Pokedex purposes, catch primarily any of the HeartGold version exclusives are really the ones that I need. And then, I don't know. We're catching a lot of other stuff along the way, but primarily HeartGold version exclusives. But at least, like, yeah, beat Red and catch all the legendaries. Okay, well, my ultimate game file, we're gonna complete both Platinum and Soul Silver the second time. Okay, I believe we can keep going to Blackthorn now. So I think we're gonna do that at the start of the stream next time. I thought maybe we could do the fight with the Kimono girls now, maybe. Are you new? Visit Grandma's shop. She sells stuff that nobody else has. You want to buy stuff, right? So buy stuff at my grandma's. Are these the actual shopkeepers? Are you bothered by that noise? That's me. My false teeth don't fit right, and the gap makes that noise. Enough about that. Why don't you buy something? Okay, she sells an assortment of stuff. So happy your playthroughs encourage you to get carts again? Yeah. Can I turn the Persians back on? Surely no, right? No. They thought of that. Do these still have encounters? Oh, maybe not. Oh, no, they don't. These are also gone. Oh, okay. Yeah, these are fully gone. All right. Yeah, he just lets us run by. What? Rage Candy Bar. You want to buy another? I think one is enough for you. You're playing on a ROM for HeartGold Broke Girl Hours, but it's through Twilight menu, and you plan to transfer the file when you do eventually buy a HeartGold copy? Yeah, just however you're able to play the game right now, totally fine. All right. Yeah, I think we're gonna stop there for now. Let's take a look at the squad. So Biscoff. Oh yeah, Biscoff's still holding this to you, the bell. It's made you prioritize getting them when you see them. When before you were like you'll just do ROMs for the last few years. I mean, to me, the purpose of getting the actual cartridges is if you plan to have games like communicate with each other, like if you plan to like trade or like play with the ranch or whatever, or Battle Revolution. The cart is a forever save, totally. Yep. If you plan to transfer Pokemon, having the carts is really nice. If you're just, I would recommend that someone just like download a ROM of these games. If they're just looking to like play through the story again, maybe they haven't played through the story of these games ever or in a long time. I don't think it's worth the money for these games. I mean, I don't know. It's up to them, obviously. If they can afford it, then go crazy. But like for most people, just like download the ROM and play it that way, probably. But if you do want all of the games to like interact with each other, you want to do Pokewalker stuff, then yeah, you absolutely need the carts. Playthroughs made you want carts to have master saves and do the 2-slot stuff and transfer mons. Having someone else engaged as much as you are was infectious. You'd never rip on anyone for playing ROMs. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Nothing wrong with playing ROMs because it's just cost effective. Yeah, I'm fortunate, I think, in that I have been like buying Pokemon games as they come out for a really long time, and then I also was lucky and got the earlier games in the series before they got really expensive. Like I decided to collect all of the Pokemon games when I was still in high school, which is like over a decade ago now, when the prices were just starting to get scary. I think when Pokemon Go came out, Pokemon Go made the prices of every Pokemon game jump up a little bit. But yeah. Yeah, I think I'm lucky, and I'm glad that young me kind of prioritized getting all of the Pokemon games. I'm also glad that young me didn't decide to sell them for whatever reason. I sold my original copy of Red Rescue Team, I remember. And a handful of other non-Pokemon games. But for the most part, mainline Pokemon games I've never gotten rid of. And I also have been lucky with finding deals on like Marketplace and stuff. Like one of my all-time greatest finds was like $50-$60 for like a DSi, Soul Silver, Pokemon Black, and then a couple other DS games. But like it was like this mom was selling her kids stuff, and I just happened to look on Marketplace when I was waiting for a bus at the bus stop, and I saw the price and I saw everything listed, and I was like, there's no way someone else hasn't already got to her. And then I saw that it said posted like 2 minutes ago, and I was like, oh my god. So I messaged and I was like, I can meet you like today. So that was I've had a couple of nice finds over the years, which has been cool. Anyway, yeah, the squad, Biscoff. Biscoff hasn't learned any new moves, but this was the first full stream using Biscoff, which has been nice. You lost games? Yeah, that's tough. Because that's obviously not like a choice you make or something that you benefit from. Like at least if you sell a game, odds are you're getting something else that you want out of it. But losing a game, heartbreaking, devastating stuff. Moonmist. I forgot Moonmist was holding a silk scarf this whole time. Moonmist also didn't learn anything new, but that's okay. Moonmist gamed against Archer with rollout. That was crazy. What else? Pear fucking evolved. Pear was a Bayleaf at the start of this stream. And Pear learned Pedal Dance. So Pear is big time gaming. Baseball, no new moves, but that's okay. Baseball is also gaming. And I think the big one that everyone is very excited about, Splorp is now Lorge. Big Splorp has entered the chat and learned Lava Plume. Hell yeah, Splorp is gaming. Apom holding it down with those HMs and pickup. Loving the team. Thanks. We still got to get one more guy. Maybe tomorrow's the day. Maybe tomorrow we get a new guy. Warlock, you and Rebecca were super close way back when you started streaming, and as she got more and more back into Pokemon, it really was changing your mind and finally buying Crystal. Not to be dramatic, changed your life. That's not dramatic. I think Crystal's a big game. Yeah, I love that you're trying to complete Crystal. Hell yeah. Great work, everybody. Do y'all want to raid anybody? Anybody live that y'all like that we should raid? Maybe we can check if Shoom is live. Oh, I should mention, before I started the stream, I got onto the ranch. Night, Tommy. I feel like a combination of Crystal and Saga made you rediscover Whimsy. Hell yeah. Oh, Volva's live. Volva's hunting Cherubi. Okay, we're gonna raid Volva. That's a crazy username. It's for me to just say out of context. But the ranch, before we raid, before I go, I got onto the ranch. We got our, we passed 250 Pokemon. And Haley brought a Fione and was like, hey, I'm looking for a Leafeon. If you want to trade a Leafeon for my Fione, or Fione, however you want to say it. So she brought a special Pokemon for reaching 250 for Fione. Yeah. So I got to trade a Leafeon for that. Yeah, it's sick. I think when we're done with HeartGold, we're going to send all of our Pokemon from this game into Diamond and then mass transfer into Ranch, and then we'll have all of our Pokemon so far on the Ranch, and we'll see how many Pokemon we have total so far. And also, we'll be able to see what our total Pokedex looks like after having everything transferred into Diamond. We'll be able to kind of take stock of what our national dex looks like in our Diamond save pretty easily. I'm gonna use PKSM. I'm not trading one at a time. I'm not catching a bunch of, Starly and Bidoof and trading everything one at a time. I did that in the past for Gen 3. I don't have to do that anymore. We have the technology. So I'm just gonna use PKSM to transfer from one save to another. Just to save time and sanity. And I also won't have to catch and just have a bunch of Pokemon that I've caught but are like in a game. Like I have a bunch of Pokemon in both Coliseum and XD Gale of Darkness that I just had to catch them in a Gen 3 game, like Zigzagoons and Wurmples and shit, just to trade to get my Pokemon out of Colo and XD. And so there's just like a bunch of Pokemon that are just in my Colo and XD. And then if I ever reset those saves, I just lose, and they're worthless. No offense. They're just Zigzagoons and Wurmples and whatever. They would be relevant if I could keep them because I spent the time and resources to catch them. they would be relevant to have in box because of boxes like fill criteria to get Pichu or whatever, right? They would be relevant to have. Anyway, it's just a byproduct of transferring or trying to get your Pokemon out of Colo and XD. It is what it is. But for Gen 4, we can use PKSM, and we can transfer everything nicely from Diamond into the ranch. HeartGold, unfortunately, cannot connect to the ranch, but that's fine. I think we're all just gonna... Diamond is gonna be our ranch connection until maybe if they put out the Platinum patch, I might consider doing the ranch all over again from Platinum, which would also honestly, that would be a nice excuse to kind of like get ranch footage again if that ever happens, because I didn't get the Fion stuff on stream, which I was bummed about, and I probably could have like turned off the Wii or whatever, but I didn't want to corrupt anything. I don't know. Anyway, you're considering a Japanese ranch and a Japanese Platinum to be the ranch game. That would be sick. Absolutely, you could do that. I'm holding out hope basically that at some point during the Gen 4 journey that they will figure out the Platinum patch for ranch, and I think they're getting close, right? Like I think there was an update on it the other day that they're making progress, which is nice. So I'm hopeful and optimistic that it will happen at some point. Yeah. So yeah, I think I would probably like to make, because again, I'm going to try to complete Platinum. We're going to spend a lot of time in Platinum. It would make sense then for Platinum to be the game that is connected to ranch. I think the last game, the very final game that we do though, I think is going to be like after we're done with Platinum, we're going to then do Soul Silver for the second time. I think we're going to spend like a year or longer in Soul Silver 2. I think I would like to spend I think I would like to live in Soul Silver for like a while. You know what I mean? And I think I would like to have basically like a Nat Dex. Well, maybe not a Nat Dex. I would like to have a lot of my favorites, basically. Like all of our teams, I think are going to end up in Soul Silver so we can use them in like the Pokeathlon and the Frontier and stuff. The Frontier is going to be like months for sure. We got to do the Frontier twice. We got to do it in Platinum, and then we got to do it again in Soul Silver. So Platinum, again, it's not that I still love Platinum. I still love Sinnoh. I just think that Soul Silver is probably going to be the game that we spend even more time in, because I just love playing these games so much. And I think I would like my eventual like Soul Silver file to be like fucking stacked. I want it to have everything. I want it to be like fully like you know, like the ultimate save, right? Of that particular Soul Silver save. Not the next time that we play Soul Silver, right? Because the next time that we play Soul Silver is going to be similar to our HeartGold playthrough, where we just beat Red, catch all the legendaries. That's it, right? But Soul Silver 2? Ultimate Soul Silver? That's going to be the game that we fucking play. Porygon learned so many moves you just never use, like... Why are you trying to learn Magnet Rise? Because Magnet Rise is cool. You can be immune. I mean, it's maybe more cool if you're like a Magnezone. You know? But it's cool that Porygon gets it. Anyway, I fucking can yap forever about this shit. Let me check my berries one more time, see if they're finally ready. They are! Nice. Hell yeah. And then I will raid Volvipedia for real. You'll stop baiting me? No, you're good. Toaster used to do this to make the stream go for longer. And it worked. I'm susceptible. Like the Pokedoku, exactly. Exactly like the Pokedoku. I don't know that watering them when you plant them is beneficial, but whatever. Okay, so yeah, next time we're gonna make our way to Blackthorn and go from there, and we'll see what happens. Thanks again for hanging out tonight. Appreciate the company. Go say hi to... Oh yeah, I have to copy their username, because if I spell it, it doesn't work. Go say hi to Volvipedia. Use an emote if you've got one. See you not tomorrow night. Probably Wednesday night. See you then.